Her Private Eye Fake Fiance. Sweet Romantic Suspense. Fake Fiance Romantic Suspense, Book 1. Written by Kimberley Montpetit. Narrated by Brenda Scott Waslow. Chapter 1. Missing. It was raining cats and dogs the day Lilah Norwood's best friend, Amelia Steele, went missing. The romantic city of San Francisco, overlooking the ocean and the Golden Gate Bridge, was drowning under a deluge of record-breaking, crazy, pouring down rain. Streets rushed as if a dam had broken. Rivers sloshed through the neighborhoods, and waterfalls pounded down the drainage vents, while schoolchildren in raincoats and galoshes splashed and shrieked with delight. It was the rainiest December anyone could remember in decades. And that was saying a lot, since December was San Francisco's wettest month of the year. Lilah Norwood stared at her office windows while raindrops thrashed sideways against the glass, attempting to straighten the files on her desk at the Bank of America, where she worked as a loan officer. The clock was ticking toward that lovely quitting time on a Friday afternoon, the week before Christmas. It had been a week, that was for sure. Squinting at the stacks of papers while she checked that they were in the correct file folders, Lilah double-checked them against the computer files. In addition to her love of math and checking off each task item for the variety of business loans, Lilah loved meeting the people behind each file folder. Construction loans, family-owned restaurants, beauty shops, or small stores that sold everything from boutique clothing to specialty popsicles. Lilah enjoyed hearing the dreams and plans, the struggles and hopes of opening a new business. Sheila, one of her coworkers, began to walk past the hallway door, shaking the rain from her coat while she fastened the snaps on a yellow umbrella. "Hey, this is a first," she said, stopping at Lilah's office door. "I just got back from a grand opening for one of my clients. An ex-police officer opened a detective agency in the Mission District. His loan went through a few months ago, and he had a big party today. Invited me too. Ooh la la." "That doesn't happen very often," Lilah told her. "Sounds like a nice break from the office." "The event was catered and everything. Lots of nice people from the community, including a reporter from the Chronicle." "For a detective, huh?" With a sly grin, Sheila added, "I think he imagines himself as some sort of Sherlock Holmes or Hercule Poirot." Lilah laughed. "I would have loved to get that account. I'm a big mystery fan. Books, movies, I love it all. Hey, just pass it on to me if it's too much for you." "Nothing doing," Sheila said with a toss of her head. "The new owner's pretty hot. Good looking, I mean," she added, lowering her voice as she glanced down the hallway to the open office door of the department vice president. "Besides, it's already been signed, sealed, and approved." "How nice that he invited you to the grand opening, too." Lilah lifted an eyebrow meaningfully. "Does this mean there's some flirting going on between you?" Sheila shrugged. "I was kind of hoping, but not really. He's a very nice man, gentlemanly, hot as heck, with muscles that go on forever. He might be ex-military on top of previously being a law enforcement officer." "Well, shucks. I guess I'm too late. Why am I always too late for the good guys out there?" Lilah paused. "Did you notice if he possessed any unusual skills and equipment?" Sheila stuck a hand on her hip. "What are you implying?" "Nothing," Lilah said innocently. "He didn't try to teach you any self-defense moves while getting you into compromising positions as an excuse to lay some other kind of moves on you?" "Nope. The only thing I can verify is that Mr. Samuel Spade has a perfect 900 credit score, if you get my drift." "That's impossible. Nobody gets a 900. 800 is normally considered pretty darn perfect. That's what I mean, honey, Sheila added with a wink. This guy is about as perfect as a man gets. Wow, I really should have gone to this grand opening. Next time, invite me, girl. Maybe I'll just casually pass by his business someday and hope to get a peek. Oh, my phone is ringing, Sheila said in a stage whisper. Maybe it's him to chat about his interest rates and loan payment numbers. You better hurry, Lilah told her, shooing her away. Eyeing the clock, she finished her filing and locked the cabinet that contained the personal information of the loans she was currently working on. Her desk line rang, startling her. Yes, she said into the receiver, not recognizing the number on the caller ID. It was 5 minutes after 5, and she'd hoped to already be on her way out the door. Is this Lilah Norwood? A female voice asked. Yes. How may I help you? This is Erin. Erin Steele, Amelia's sister? But it's been a while since I've seen you. Maybe Amelia's birthday party a couple years ago? Oh, hi, Erin. Of course I remember you, Lilah said, a little tickle in her brain going on high alert. Why would Amelia's little sister be calling her work number? Loan advice? To let her know that Amelia was getting married? But if a wedding was on the horizon, why didn't Amelia make the personal phone call herself? I'm sorry to call you at work, Erin said, a tense note creeping into her voice along with the apology. I changed phones and had a glitch transferring my contact list, so I looked up your work number instead. I wanted to catch you before the weekend. That was a curious thing to say. Sounded urgent. No problem, Lilah told her, leaning back in her chair while she watched her coworkers heading out the door for December's final Christmas shopping weekend. It's been ages since we've crossed paths. You've been away at school, right? Yes. Graduated last summer and then went on to Quantico for training, in D.C., she added. Lilah gave a little laugh. Seriously? Do you mean as in the FBI training headquarters? What are you doing for them? I'm an official agent, but green as a cucumber. Wow. Congratulations, I've heard that's a tough program, like becoming a Marine or a Navy SEAL. Not exactly, Erin said with a little laugh. But it kicked me in the teeth at times, physically and mentally. What made you decide to work for the Federal Bureau of Investigations? I sort of fell into it. Got a degree in political science with an art minor and dabbled in a couple of languages and some extra computer science. I've always loved a good mystery and figuring out puzzles, like those escape rooms. I did one of those once with some friends. It was hard. We didn't fail or die, but we did embarrass ourselves a few times, Lilah added. I'll bet it was tough to get into Quantico. The combination of my studies and GPA must have worked after a lot of grueling interviews. Lucky for me, I got assigned back home to the San Francisco field office. I'll bet your parents love that you're so close instead of somewhere clear across the country. Lilah took on a teasing tone. How many of those good-looking, greeny agents did you leave behind at Quantico? At least a dozen, Erin quipped in return. But honestly, the man I was dating got assigned to the Oklahoma City field office, a small town called Stillwater. A charming place with friendly people and a couple of lakes, but small. Very small. Goodness, hope he doesn't get bored. Erin gave a small laugh. It's surprising how much work there is, even in small towns or rural areas. Rings of criminals and identity theft, mortgage theft, fraud. You'd be surprised. I guess I don't have a criminal mindset. Thank goodness most of us don't. But the work is fascinating, if at times a long slog and frustrating when criminals become expert at hiding their tracks. When Erin paused, Lilah finally asked, What's up, Erin? Unless you're inviting me to your family's Christmas party. Or did you get engaged to your mysterious FBI man? Nope, I'm a long way from engaged, Erin assured her. I called because I was wondering if you'd seen Amelia lately. No. Guess it's been a while since she and I met up for dinner or a movie. I would imagine you see her a lot since you recently got back after graduation. Not exactly. My mother has been trying to call her for a few days and leaves messages, but Amelia isn't returning our calls. Lilah drummed her fingers against the edge of her keyboard. That doesn't sound like Amelia. Did you go by her place? Yes, Erin interjected quickly. No sign of her at the apartment. No lights through the street-facing windows. All doors locked. She could be anywhere, Lilah said smoothly as Erin's voice rose. Shopping, meeting a friend, on a date? I know, but I promised my mother I'd make some calls and ask around. Did everything at her apartment look normal? I mean, no broken latches or windows, anything like that? No, there wasn't, Erin said slowly. But I was hoping you'd come with me back to her apartment, and if I need to, I plan on doing a little, breaking and entering. But I don't want to do it alone. Chapter 2. Puzzling Garage Contents. Lilah let out a low whistle, but tried to lighten the mood. This sounds like cloak and dagger kind of spying, girl. Or maybe you want to practice some of your new FBI skills? She teased. Erin let out a small laugh. It probably does sound a little crazy. I just get this funny feeling that something isn't quite right. Perhaps Amelia went out of town with a friend, or she's Christmas shopping, or still at work like I am. She often works late when she's on deadline. I'm probably letting my imagination run wild, but I have to check to make sure. And I hoped you'd come with me. I don't want to go alone, and you were Amelia's best friend in high school and then college roommates in San Diego. Lilah couldn't deny that, and Erin had been away from Northern California for most of the last several years. There has to be a simple explanation. Even though you and Amelia were older than me, Erin went on, you took me to the movies sometimes. And when Amelia had a party at our house, she always let me stay for a while and eavesdrop and eat chips and salsa. Erin's voice trailed off, and guilt stabbed Lilah in the chest. Amelia's younger sister sounded like a forlorn kid, even though Erin had to be past 25 by now, and an FBI agent at that. Junior agent, but still. We'll knock on the doors and windows, poke around, call her again, and go from there, Erin said. Okay, let me close up shop here, and I'll meet you at her apartment in 30 minutes, Lilah agreed. Half an hour later, Lilah arrived at Amelia's apartment house, a remodeled old Victorian that had been divided into cozy apartments with dormer windows and a slate roof. The sky had moved to full-on dusk, and the suspended rain clouds overhead made it even gloomier as the last moments of daylight disappeared. The soaking rain had turned to a miserable drizzle that slid down the collar of Lilah's jacket. She held her purse above her head when she exited her car and ran up the steps to the double front doors. Unless she had to walk more than a few yards, Lilah didn't bother with an umbrella. It was a nuisance opening and closing the thing. Taking a soggy umbrella into someone's apartment was an even bigger nuisance, or making puddles on her own carpet. Better to shake herself off like her adorable cocker spaniel, Miss Maple, who she needed to get home to. Her small pet would be whining at the back door soon. When Lilah reached the front stoop, Erin appeared behind her, thick dark hair soggy across her forehead. Are the outer building's doors locked? She asked, as Lilah pushed against the heavy glass. Nope, but sadly you look like a drowned mouse. Erin made a face. Had to park down the street and make a run for it. I hate days like this. Well, it's been a whole week of rain, hasn't it? At this rate, we won't see the sun until February. Ugh. Don't say that, Erin protested with a laugh as they entered the lobby and headed for the elevator. Moments later, they were at Amelia's front door. "Did you happen to notice if her apartment lights were on when we were outside?" Erin asked. "I meant to look, but I was running down the sidewalk too fast." "I glanced up, but it was dark, so I don't have much hope that she's here. We could check her garage slot downstairs, too." At number 315, Erin knocked. Then Lilah took a turn. They knocked louder, but it became evident after a few minutes that Amelia wasn't at home, or she was ignoring them. "I don't mean to pry," Lilah said slowly, "but did Amelia get into a fight with you or your parents recently?" "No, not at all. Last time I spoke with her, we discussed the menu for Christmas Eve at my folks' house. She was vague, like she usually is, but finally said that she'd bring a couple of appetizers and sparkling cider. Mom and I usually do the main course and salads anyway, but I tried to force her hand in offering to bring something. She can be so lazy about things like that." "That sounds like my Amelia. She almost never cooked in our apartment. Takeout, cold cereal, sandwiches, if she wasn't dating someone who treated her every night of the week. Or she mooched off the rest of us girls. But she could be quite endearing about it, too," Lilah added, arching an eyebrow. Erin buzzed the doorbell again, but no answer. Then she dropped to her knees to peer under the door. "It's no use. The door doesn't have any cracks, so I can't see any lights." "Well, a solid door is good. Better security, not as easy to kick in." Erin tried Amelia's cell phone number. "Everything looks the same as always." Then she pursed her lips and shook her head. No answer. "How long has it been since you talked to her?" 2 days for me and 3 for my mother." "That's not really that long, you know, Erin," Lilah assured her with a squeeze of her arm. "Amelia is a big girl and has been on her own for a lot of years. If she were sick, she'd answer her phone, though, wouldn't she?" "Not if she took sleeping pills or cold medicine. Did you call her boss at work?" "I did, right before I called you, but only spoke with a coworker since her boss was in a meeting. It was a little vague whether she was at work yesterday or today. He did tell me that she had mentioned not being in today, but said that she sounded perfectly fine, something about an appointment." "It's probably true, then. Is her car gone?" "I haven't checked, but the garage doors don't have windows, so it's impossible to know if it's there or not." Lilah touched Erin's damp coat sleeve and grinned. "I know where a key is, my dear." "Perfect. I was hoping you might. Lead the way." Clumping back down the stairs, Lilah pushed through the vestibule doors once more, heading to the side yard, where a row of garages stood down the wide alley. "Number 315, Erin called out a moment later, walking ahead to peer at the numbers posted on each door. Lilah tugged her jacket hood over her hair to keep the worst of the drizzle off. "Well, her vehicle probably won't tell us much, because she might be out shopping or grabbing dinner. It is Friday night." Erin blew out a breath. "I know, I just wish she'd call back. I've left her 5 voicemails over the last 2 days and about 10 text messages." Lilah frowned, unease washing over her. "Okay, I have to agree. That is strange for Amelia to ignore that many messages. Does she have some new boyfriend, and he took her away for the weekend? That would explain her taking today off from work." "No new boyfriend that I know of. Nobody since Garth Sullivan. Garth the Beast," Erin added, tisking her tongue in disgust. "Thank goodness he's finally out of her life," Lilah agreed. "A couple of months ago, his harassment was getting out of hand, stalking her, threatening, calling and texting all the time." Erin's face was thoughtful. "Do you think he might have started up again? Maybe she's hiding from him." "True, and she's embarrassed to admit it. I'll do some checking up on the guy. He was horrible and would not let her go. She even put a restraining order on him. Garth definitely grew scary the longer their relationship went on. although it was only a few weeks, actually. As far as a new boyfriend, I would think Sean or you would know more than me since I've only been home a few days from the East Coast. And Sean's pretty distracted with his upcoming wedding to Katie. That's coming up fast, isn't it? Lilah asked, trying to remember if she'd put the event on her home calendar after receiving an invitation several weeks earlier. About 2 weeks. New Year's Day itself. A good way to start the year all brand new and shiny. I'm not sure I've ever known someone to get married on New Year's Day. And regarding Amelia, she can be a bit secretive when it comes to the men in her life. Until the relationship gets to be more than a simple flirtation, she's a bit carefree. A moment later, Lilah stooped over and nudged at a rough rock next to Amelia's assigned garage number. Voila! The spare key? How did you know that was there? Erin demanded, a hand on her hip. Lilah gave a little wiggle with her shoulders. Back in our college days, when we came in at different times of the night, Amelia and I would always leave an emergency key out for each other. She told me about the hidden key once a long time ago, and I'd almost forgotten about it until now. You mean my sister could be a bit wild at times? We like to joke about doing wild and crazy things, but usually not. It was more like having pizza delivered while we gamed with our friends until 3 a.m. A smile lit up Erin's face. I believe that. She never had a wild side, but she loved staying up all night on Friday to provoke our parents Saturday morning when she refused to get up to do her chores and slept all day instead. Lilah noticed there was a wistfulness in Erin's voice, as if she wished she'd been invited to those all-night parties. As if she had put her big sister Amelia on a pedestal, which made sense, since there were 5 years between them. And of course, there was no way Erin could have dropped in on Amelia during her teen years, since Amelia was away at school at UC San Diego, a 9-hour drive from San Francisco. All right, Lilah said, shivering now from the damp chill. If Amelia's car is gone, that means she's out doing whatever she does on a Friday night, and you can try her again tomorrow. I will go home and take a hot shower and crawl under a blanket in front of my TV. A sheepish smile crossed Erin's face. You're right. This is probably just a wild goose chase. Can you switch on your phone's flashlight? Lilah asked. I swear it got darker the last 2 minutes, and the closest light pole is down the block. Using Erin's beam of light, Lilah found the lock on the garage door, turned the key, and then lifted the garage door up from the bottom. Erin stooped to help her, and almost instantly the garage door had rolled up. When Erin let out a little gasp of surprise, Lilah quickly clicked on her cell phone's flashlight. It became quite apparent that Amelia's red Honda Civic was safely inside her garage. I didn't expect that, Erin said in a soft voice. If her car's here, she must be here as well. But why didn't she answer the door? Chapter 3. Breaking and Entering. Lilah pulled the garage door closed and then jogged down the narrow alley to stare up at the apartment house again. Amelia's windows overlooked the street, something her friend had complained about since the street noise often made it hard to sleep. As a joke, Lilah bought her earplugs and a sleep mask for her birthday a couple of years ago. It wasn't long afterward that Amelia told her she became hooked on the sleep aids and used them every night. Lilah heaved a white breath in the frigid night air. Okay then. Amelia's got to be upstairs in her apartment. As soon as she got her own place with the garage, she bought herself a car and never takes streetcars or taxis any longer. Unless a date picks her up. If her vehicle is here, she has to be here. Yeah, I'm borrowing my folks' vehicle at the moment, but let me tell you, a car is the first thing I'm buying when a few paychecks come my way, Erin said with a firm nod. I got so tired of waiting for buses or doling out high taxi fees while I was living in Virginia. But Amelia didn't answer when we knocked earlier, she added, glancing into Lilah's face as she bit her lip. Maybe she's wearing super powerful earplugs and didn't hear us. Let's try again. Lilah led the way to the front doors of the vestibule again and pushed open the door. Or Amelia's gone out for a walk. Erin was skeptical. In this weather? Lilah shrugged. Maybe she had a bad day and wanted to shake it off with a walk. Perhaps that's why she's not answering her phone. Just doesn't want to talk to anyone. But 5 phone calls? You called her 5 times and sent a whole slew of text messages too, right? 10, Erin nodded, biting at her lips. And she's definitely in an ornery mood. I can't shake this feeling of gloom. It's not like Amelia to not send at least a quick text back. Do you have a spare key to her apartment? When Erin shook her head, Lilah added, Let's talk to the manager and see if he'll let us do a wellness check on her. Show your ID as her sister. I was just going to suggest that. What if she's sick or hurt and unable to call for help? The apartment manager was home, a Gladys Wyndham, and Lilah was grateful that the woman recognized Erin as Amelia's sister. I have a memory like an elephant, the older woman said, snatching up a ring of keys from a side table next to her front door and beckoning them to follow her. I can recall every single tenant that's ever lived here over the past 15 years, and most of their families. Lilah was relieved it would be so simple to get into Amelia's apartment, but she also knew that her old friend would be perturbed to have them barging through the front door. Amelia? Lilah called out as soon as the manager twisted the key into the front door lock and pushed it open. It's Lilah and Erin at your door. Just checking in with you. You home, girl? She added cheerfully. The apartment was silent as a tomb, and dark. Not a single light had been turned on. Only a couple of nightlights in the corners of the immaculate living room gave off any illumination. The drapes were drawn tight against the rainy night. I'll get us some light, Gladys said, flipping a switch to the overhead fixture, which chased the shadows away. Erin walked straight to her sister's bedroom at the back of the apartment and knocked on the door. Amelia? She called out, trying hard not to sound frantic. Lilah couldn't blame her. She didn't have a sister, but she did have a baby brother that she'd practically raised the year their parents divorced when she was 8. She'd tended Benji, made sure he got his homework done, and fed him dinner while their mother worked the night shift as an office manager at a local paper factory. Benjamin was now earning his MBA at UCLA, and they talked and texted often. Passing Amelia's second bedroom that she had turned into an office, Lilah called out, Amelia, you in here working? Erin stood stock still in the center of the master suite. No, she's not. Any sign of activity? Her purse lying around? I already looked in the closet, her nightstand, the bathroom, no sign of her, and everything is neat and tidy like always. Lilah couldn't help a small smile. That's the Amelia I know. The rest of the girls in our apartment at UC teased her about being a clean freak. Erin's gaze wandered over the dresser and the pictures on the walls, as if looking for something out of place. Lilah's heart tugged at the pained look on Erin's face. Anything at all? Erin shook her head. No, nothing. Let's check out the kitchen, Lilah suggested, feeling like a detective. Maybe there's a clue to show us where she's gone. Does she have an appointment book? Shaking her head, Erin said, I actually don't know. For the next 30 minutes, Lilah stayed by Erin's side while they searched the kitchen drawers, studied the calendar magnetized to the refrigerator, and checked all the windows. They were locked. No sign of a break-in. Nothing was out of place. Everything was immaculate, but that didn't mean anything. Amelia might have a maid service come in on a regular basis. She was an organized woman. Their other roommates used to tease her about it quite often. Now that Lilah thought about it, perhaps Amelia was a perfectionist, picky about her personal space. Next was Amelia's office. It, too, was in perfect shape. All bills paid, all files marked and organized. No papers were left on the desk, nothing was written on the desk calendar. The blinds pulled across the single locked window. Finally, Lilah asked, "Feeling better now, sweetie? Amelia isn't lying in bed sick. Nothing is displaced or suspicious or unlocked or broken." Erin spun slowly to take in the room, rocking backward on her heels. A frown formed between her eyes. "Actually, no, I don't feel better. We've been here for more than 30 minutes, longer if we include the time we spent knocking on her door, found the manager, and checked the garage for her car." A chill ran up Lilah's neck, not wanting to agree, but finding that she did. "If Amelia went for a walk to the corner market," Erin went on, "in the dark without her coat and umbrella, she would have returned by now." Lilah crossed the living room to the double windows and peered between the curtains. It was genuinely dismal out there. Rain dropped steadily from the gloomy clouds. Not a downpour, but relentless and constant. If Amelia were out there, her shoes and slacks would be soaked by now, even in a long raincoat. She'd have damp hair and ice-cold fingers. One reason Amelia wanted to go to San Diego for school was due to much better weather than their home city had. Lilah turned in a circle, staring at the photographs set about the walls and on the tables. Framed pictures of Muir Woods, the Redwood Park where they sometimes hiked, the Golden Gate during a spectacular sunset beside a framed professional portrait of the Steele family at a studio with a Christmas tree in the background. "That's the family Christmas photo we got done about a month ago," Erin told her. "Okay, let's not go crazy," Lilah said, shaking off the prickles running up her neck. "A friend, a man, could have picked her up for a date. That's why her car is still here, why everything looks untouched and perfectly normal." Erin grimaced a little but nodded. "It's the most logical explanation. And if I know my sister, she'll be furious if she finds us here. Guess we better go." "I suggest you send her another text and a voicemail and ask her to check in with you tomorrow. If she's with someone else watching a movie, that would explain the silence. Try not to worry any longer. She's a 30-year-old woman, very smart and quite independent. She just tends to put off contact if she's not in the mood, right?" "And very private," Erin added with a nod. "If somebody had kidnapped her from her apartment, the neighbors would have called the police. Amelia does have a couple of snoopy neighbors that often peek through their windows when she comes and goes. It's something she complains about once in a while. There you have it. She's gone for the evening or maybe the weekend with some new hot man she's secretly dating." Erin picked at a thread on her sweater. "Why doesn't she just tell me these things? And why miss work to go away for the weekend? It's not some big secret. That's just Amelia, I'm afraid. Private, but a little bit secretive, too. Not until she gets serious with someone." "It's been a while since she was seeing anyone seriously. Stalker Garth Sullivan wasn't that long ago, 3 or 4 months. It doesn't seem possible she would have met someone and become so serious she'd go away with them for a weekend. I'm not sure she ever has gone away for a weekend with a boyfriend." "Things change, my dear," Lilah said, touching Erin's arm. She didn't want Erin to let her imagination run away with her. Lilah also imagined that sisters probably did keep secrets from each other at times. Of course, she wouldn't know for sure. Benjamin called every couple of days like clockwork, but then Lilah was more like a mother to her brother, which was very nice, but not always convenient. Maybe I'm feeling a little bit mad at her, Erin admitted with a wry smile. It's annoying not to get at least a text message in return. The least she could do is text our mother so she doesn't worry. I agree. I'm so sorry to rush, Erin, but I need to get home to my sweet dog. Oh, go, please. I don't want to keep you any longer. I'm feeling guilty for dragging you out here when it's obvious that nothing has happened to her. No problem. Keep me posted, though, Erin. And I hope we're giggling with Amelia about her sudden, mysterious trip in a couple of days. Here's my cell phone number. Lilah handed over her business card. I don't think you can report a missing person until it's been 48 hours. And I bet you dinner and a movie that Amelia has gone off somewhere. For dinner and a movie. Erin frowned. Christmas is next week, too. Lilah gave her a grin. That's why she went this weekend. Family obligations next week. We may have to wait until Monday to see if she shows up at work. But that'll be longer than 72 hours. As soon as you talk to Amelia and find out she went to Santa Cruz for the weekend and ate saltwater taffy at the boardwalk until she was sick, Lilah assured her, you'll forget all about your worry over her right now. Erin lifted an eyebrow. From your lips to my mother's ears. I just have to keep her from going crazy over the next couple of days. You can do it. Lilah gave her a brief hug while the manager locked up Amelia's apartment, and they waved goodbye at the curb. 20 minutes later, Lilah was home, her car locked, and she'd cranked up the thermostat inside her chilly bungalow that had been unoccupied all day. She's been lucky to find the cute cottage situated behind an older Victorian house that was owned by an elderly couple who rented out the little house, which had originally been an old garage and carport and converted into a comfortable living space a decade earlier. Lilah adored it. The cozy rooms, the bright yellow paint in the kitchen with a gorgeous Italian-tiled backsplash behind the stove. The newly refurbished bathroom boasted a walk-in shower plus a tub with air jets. Heaven on a cold, rainy day when she was practically soaked through like tonight. She'd been so lucky to find the place newly vacated with a for rent sign in the yard 2 years earlier, right after her divorce papers were signed. She couldn't get out of the house she and Richard had purchased together and shared for 4 blissful married years fast enough, because Rich's new girlfriend was moving in as soon as Lilah was gone. Lilah's throat closed up every time she thought about the man and his betrayal. Rich's casual, non-repentant attitude had left her with a daily sick feeling in her stomach. The two of them had met their senior year at UC San Diego and had been inseparable for nearly 7 years, making it hard to let go of the last threads of her feelings for him. Even so, it had already been well over a year since the final papers were signed, sealed, and delivered. She had to get over the man, but it sure was hard. Reminding herself of his betrayal and uncaring and scornful attitude helped in the effort to shove her feelings away, though. How could she still long for someone who had treated her so horribly? Rich had even made a mockery out of their marriage counseling sessions. He was already in a secret relationship with the other woman, yet continued to pretend their rocky relationship could get better. He'd played one giant, deceitful game with her. It was hard to forgive that, or let it go. It was healthier to let her anger cleanse herself, like a purge of the last vestiges of love, rather than wallow and mourn and miss him. Lilah leaned over to turn on the hot water for the tub, adding a bath bomb scented with jasmine, and then heard Miss Mabel, her sweet cocker spaniel, slipping through the doggy door in the kitchen. Miss Mabel jumped into her arms, all damp fur and cold black nose. "Oh, you darling! What a good girl! I should have rescued you right away. I just wanted to get a hot bath filling before I turned into a popsicle." Miss Mabel was so excited she was wriggling with delight and pushing her nose into Lilah's neck. "Goodness, you're freezing!" Lilah said, picking her up to engulf her in her arms. The Cocker Spaniel could be such a baby, even though she was 5 years old and usually a regal lady who minded her manners. "Did you spend the day in your warm doggy house or sitting on the cold concrete outside waiting for me, you silly thing?" Instantly, Miss Mabel took off down the hall. "Where are you going?" Lilah called, hands on her hips. Seconds later, her pet was back with the red leash. "A walk? Seriously? It's drizzling and freezing out there." But Miss Mabel heard none of that. She tugged at Lilah's coat sleeve with her teeth, which Lilah hadn't even taken off yet. "You are quite insistent, young lady." When Miss Mabel wouldn't relent even the tiniest bit, Lilah cranked the bathtub spigot off and sighed. "Okay, but a quick walk." Lilah swapped out her damp dress coat for a dry raincoat and fastened the leash to her pet. Leaving the lights of the cottage blazing, she closed and locked the front door, but not before grabbing a knit cap to jam onto her head to keep the rain off. Miss Mabel was a religious zealot when it came to their evening walks, and Lilah was later than usual after spending the extra hour with Erin at Amelia's apartment. Gripping the handle of the leash, Lilah took off along the asphalt driveway that led to the sidewalk and then turned downhill, even though it meant walking uphill on the return trip. Miss Mabel was so thrilled she was wriggling crazily and tugging at the leash to go faster. Despite the chill, the fresh air was lovely, and Lilah breathed deeply to clear her mind. Even so, a niggling unease had settled into her stomach at Amelia's absence. Erin's apprehension was rubbing off on her. She knew Amelia had to have a simple explanation, but it was strange that her friend was ignoring everyone's messages. A weekend trip was the only explanation. And heck, maybe she was gone on a work trip and had stayed over the weekend for fun. She might be at a convention in Las Vegas, which was a great excuse to hang out for a couple of days to enjoy the shows and food. Even so, Lilah stopped under a streetlight that cast a yellow circle of light to pull out her cell phone and send Amelia a text message of her own. "Hey, girl. You out of town? Was looking for you earlier. It's been too long since we've had a girls' night out. Call me and let's plan something. Maybe we could invite Erin too. Love ya." After hitting send, Lilah felt better to be doing something. She glanced up at the streetlight's glow where the yellow dome of light reflected a hazy cloud of drizzling rain and reached down to rub Miss Mabel's damp head. "Let's go, girl," she said, eager to get back home for food in that tub of hot water. She had barely taken 3 steps when she suddenly crashed, hard, into a vast, looming dark shadow that appeared just outside the lamppost's hazy circle of light. "Oof!" she burst out, almost losing her grip on Miss Mabel. The crash was like running into a brick wall. Lilah lurched dizzily and tried not to fall face first into the wall of shrubbery along the curb. Chapter 4. A Stranger in the Dark. The unexpected roadblock of broad check and rock-solid muscle unnerved Lilah. A man's face appeared in her vision, foggy in the misty light, as if he'd come out of nowhere. He gave a surprised chuckle at their collision. "Any harder and I think the boxing ref would have given you the winning knockout round." Lilah's head ached. Had she run straight into his skull? Trying to keep her balance, she stepped backward, tugging her pet closer so the man's Rottweiler didn't eat her dog. Or her, for that matter. "Wow, your dog is enormous. You scared me to death coming out of the dark like that." The man spread his hands in apology, the leash to his dog tied around his wrist. "I'm so sorry for the crash. I saw someone up ahead but thought you were going the opposite direction. Are you injured? Is your pet okay? I promise that Bella, this big girl of mine, wouldn't hurt a fly," he added quickly when he saw Lilah's expression as she stared at the monster Rottweiler. "Honest." Lilah bit her lip, trying not to let on how much her face hurt. "Miss Mabel is fine, but my nose went completely numb when I ran into you. It feels really weird and numb, but I think I'll live. Guess that's what I get for having a big nose," she tried to joke. He took a small step forward, peering at her from the outskirts of the streetlight. "In my opinion, I think your nose fits perfectly with your pretty face." "Ha!" Lilah made a wry face at the compliment. She was a bit wary, of course. He seemed like a regular guy. Normal, wearing a fantastic leather coat and a fedora hat, and well-fit jeans on narrow hips. Despite his lean body, he was all muscle. His torso and shoulders were broad and muscular underneath that sharply made jacket. He must have played quarterback in college. The next moment, Lilah blushed, realizing that she was staring. In the next moment, she realized that he was staring at her too, with a smile of curiosity. "Are you laughing at me?" That was a stupid question, but her nose still hurt a little. Gingerly, Lilah touched it to see if it was bleeding. "Here, I have a handkerchief. It's clean," the man added. Lilah held up a hand. "Nope, no blood. I'm good, perfectly fine. Sorry to plow into you, sir." Good grief, now she was rambling incoherently. He peered into her face. "You're not one of those pickpocket performers, are you?" Quickly, he patted the pockets of his jacket and the rear pocket of his jeans to make sure his wallet was intact. "Ha, still here. It's all good." Lilah's lips parted in protest. "Of course I'm not a pickpocket." He pursed his lips, as if musing on the question, and then a boyish grin lit up his face. "Good move if you were. Rainy night, no light, walking your dog. A perfectly innocent setup, if I do say so myself." Lilah couldn't stop the quick laugh that burst out of her. Sparks were flying between them, and now she was out of breath from their flirting, her heart in her throat. Oh, why did it have to be raining and miserable out here? Soggy hair, makeup running. Lilah was sure her appearance was absolutely peachy. Not. Could this guy be even more gorgeous? Even as rain dripped from the front of his fedora hat, he looked incredibly sexy in a casual, debonair Humphrey Bogart kind of way. "Well," Lilah said, blowing out a breath and trying to act casual and carefree, "now that we have that settled, I'd better get my Miss Mabel home. We're nearly soaked to the skin." Over the last few minutes, Bella and Miss Mabel had been checking each other out, sniffing and whining and tugging at their leashes to get closer. "Easy, Bella," the guy told his pet. "You're 3 times her size, and you have nothing to fear." "Oh, I'm sure you can tell that Miss Mabel is quite a ferocious little thing," Lilah said with amusement. "Hey, do you live far?" he asked quickly. "I could walk along with you to make sure a stranger doesn't cross your path, or break your nose on the next go-around." Lilah quirked an eyebrow. "You mean a stranger like you?" He spread out his arms. "Hey, I'm perfectly safe and gentlemanly." "You might be, but to me, you're a total stranger and could be lying through your teeth." Under the streetlight, his eyes sparkled with mischief. "Touché. But your teeth are chattering, and it's getting pretty late. I'd hate to wake up to the bad news tomorrow of a beautiful woman having been accosted tonight, and I let her go off all by herself." Lilah knew he was being gentlemanly, but she couldn't help giving him a hard time. "I walk my dog every night and carry pepper spray. and perhaps several other deadly items which I can neither confirm nor deny." "I like your bold attitude, Miss Mabel's owner." "Well, thank you." It occurred to Lilah that her teeth were chattering, and the endless drizzle had soaked deep into her bones. "It's pretty quiet out here at the moment, and I don't live far. But I would not feel comfortable having you follow me, even in the name of safety. I mean, you could try, as I can't necessarily stop you, but I'll attempt to lead you astray. As in, I'll do a switcheroo to the wrong house." That made him laugh. And darn if he didn't have the most alluring and sexy laugh, too. "I don't blame you. Guess we're both a little crazy to be out right now, but our canine friends need their nightly walk. Rain or shine, we're there for them." "That's for sure," Lilah agreed. "Well, have a good night, Miss Mabel," he said, leaning down to rub the spaniel behind the ears. "And Miss Mabel's owner," he added, with a bit of a jaunty bow and another tip of his dripping hat. "Thanks. You too." Lilah trudged back uphill, unable to stop thinking about the guy she'd just plowed into. A rush of embarrassment ran through her at how clumsy she must have looked to him. He had quite a charming personality, but then she'd bet so did most serial killers. When she huffed out a sound of annoyance, Miss Mabel twisted her head to give her a quizzical look from those sweet doggy eyes. "Yes, darling, I've been reading too many thrillers. Jeepers. He's probably just a boring, ordinary guy." Miss Mabel began to whine, so Lilah lifted her up into her arms. Her voice softened as she added, "But even in the dark, I could tell he is quite good-looking. And with a nice voice, too." His Rottweiler had a sweet personality as well, despite the ginormous size of the animal. It wasn't often she ran into a man she was so instantly attracted to, or ran into a man at all, for that matter. A ridiculous daydream started in her head. If it hadn't been raining, and it was still daylight, not dead of winter dark, she and the gorgeous stranger might have taken their dogs to the neighborhood park a few blocks away and gotten to know each other. She shook her head, feeling silly when she arrived at her own front door. "Well, I guess that's that, Miss Mabel. I'll probably never see him again. Just my luck to meet someone so pleasant and easy on the eyes on a dark and rainy night, and never see him again." It had been a long time since she'd met someone and was struck by that instant crackle of attraction. "Hot bath coming up," she sang out after closing and locking the front door. "Right after you get a good rubbing down by the fire with a warm towel." She kept a pile of firewood by the tiny fireplace and hurried to stack the kindling and get it lit. Lilah also cranked up the thermostat. It wasn't freezing temperatures outdoors, just a chilly 40 degrees, but in rainy, foggy San Francisco, it felt like she was in Lake Tahoe with a foot of snow on the ground. Quickly, she dried off the Cocker Spaniel, who then laid down in the basket by the fire as the flames grew brighter. "We'll have dinner right after I get out of these wet clothes." Lilah was so frozen she nixed the bath, which took too long to fill, and jumped into a hot shower instead. Peeling off her jacket and soggy jeans from her wet skin was no easy feat, but she let out a deep, contented sigh as soon as the hot water took off the chill. 15 minutes later, she was in cozy pajamas, towel drying her hair, and sitting in front of the fire with a mug of hot cocoa. Her mind kept flickering back to the enigmatic stranger, and then drifted back to the daydream of the two of them in the park, chatting a sunny afternoon away. Finishing her hot chocolate, Lilah got up to fix Miss Mabel's food bowl and rummage in the freezer for a microwave dinner. While her food cooked and Miss Mabel was chowing down with loud crunching noises, Lilah found herself wishing she'd learned the guy's name, or had agreed to let him walk her home. But a single girl could never be too careful, no matter how drop-dead gorgeous the man was. Maybe tomorrow. The rain would stop, and she'd take her dog out again. Meeting Erin at Amelia's apartment had thrown off their schedule, which made Lilah wonder once again where Amelia had gone and who she was with, if anybody. On Monday, she'd tease that woman mercilessly about her secretive weekend, find out who she was dating, and they could gossip over dinner and catch up. It had been too many months since they'd taken the time to do that. Lately, it was mostly text messages and hurried conversations. Lilah reached down to stroke Miss Maple's silky head, suddenly missing Amelia something fierce. I'll tell Amelia all about ramming that stranger dude in the rain and get her advice. Or her chastisement, she added with a small laugh. Lilah's cell phone rang, pulling her out of her daydream of the handsome stranger. Her stomach started to churn when she saw it was Erin. Did her friend have good news? Or just more questions? Chapter 5. Unanswered Phone Calls. "What's up?" Lilah asked, pressing the remote control button to lower the volume on the TV. "I compared notes with my parents, and we realized that none of us have actually spoken in person with Amelia or received a text from her in 3 days. So I called my brother, and he said it had been a week for him, but that wasn't unusual. However, he's knee-deep in wedding stuff with his fiancée. Even so, he'd asked Amelia a couple of weeks ago to grab some of the paper products that were ready because neither he nor Katie could get downtown to do it." "Did Amelia pick them up and drop them off to him?" "No, but Sean just thought she got busy. The company set them aside until he could pick them up. Still, it's not like Amelia to promise to do something and completely fall through." Lilah chewed her lower lip. "It's also not like Amelia to ignore all of our texts either. We could ask the authorities to perform a welfare check," Erin began. "But we just did that ourselves tonight," Lilah said, speaking slowly. "There's no sign of anything amiss at her apartment." "I just can't stop worrying about her," Erin confessed. "Do you mind calling some of Amelia's friends? Perhaps the ones you knew in college or more recent acquaintances? I thought I'd call our family friends and old neighbors. We could compare notes in a couple of days." "I'd be happy to do that. I'll make a list right now. I could call her work number on Monday, too, talk to her boss. Or would you like to do that? If you don't mind, that would be great. I'll go to her favorite restaurant and movie theater and see if she's been seen there lately." "Sounds like a plan," Lilah told her. "Hey, try not to worry. I honestly think she just went out of town for the weekend." "My mind says you're right, but my worry gene keeps nagging at me." "That might be a lingering effect of your Quantico training," Lilah teased her. "Probably a good one to have now that you're an official agent sworn to protect and defend the country." Erin gave a self-deprecating laugh. "We had a few discussions at Quantico, mostly over meals or during our training exercises, about listening to your gut and instinct. But honestly, I hope I'm just a silly, worried sister and my imagination has gone into overdrive." "It's understandable to feel this way when it's your own sister." They hung up, and while Lilah ate her dinner and watched the news, she jotted down a list of people to telephone. The longer she brainstormed, the more people came to mind. Old roommates, college study groups, guys Amelia had dated, who were probably married and wouldn't appreciate a phone call. But even so, she'd cover all the bases so Erin could stop worrying. It was Sunday afternoon by the time Lilah finished contacting the long list of mutual friends and acquaintances with Amelia from the last 7 or 8 years, and her ear hurt from pressing the cell phone against her head. Shaking out her aching hand, Lilah picked up a cup of hot tea to soothe her mind and stiff fingers. Many friends hadn't seen her talk to Amelia in months. For those who had more frequent contact, nobody had spoken to her or seen her in the last couple of weeks. One of their old roommates, Liz Schumer, had a lunch date with Amelia during the upcoming week. "I plan to text her tomorrow about which restaurant and a firm time to confirm. I'll let you know when I hear from her." "Super," Lilah said, relieved to know that Amelia had made concrete plans with somebody. That was a good sign that she was still alive and kicking. She never doubted it, but this would give Erin and her parents some peace of mind. Plus, there was Amelia's computer software job at that big tech company that was growing by leaps and bounds. The headquarters were located here in San Francisco, and she had recently received a promotion and a raise. Her old friend wouldn't do anything to jeopardize her career. A couple of months earlier, the two of them had gone to their favorite bakery cafe, La Parisienne Bistro, to celebrate Amelia's promotion. They'd spent 2 hours eating divine quiche and to die for pastries, while talking a mile a minute and gossiping wildly about life and work and men. Thinking about it brought a smile to Lilah's face now. It was so easy to let life's busyness get in the way of having a good time with old friends. She'd have to set something up with Amelia when she returned, too. Later that evening, Lilah caught up with Erin, and they compared notes. Turned out that nobody had seen or heard from Amelia recently, but none of her friends seemed worried or overly concerned. Another mutual friend of theirs had made plans with Amelia to take a weekend trip in May to hang out at the beaches of Mandalay Bay, a cute island town down by Santa Barbara. "I think we can safely say that all is well," Lilah said confidently. "Looks like it," Erin agreed. "I'm just paranoid. I'll phone her tomorrow during her lunch hour." "Sounds great. See you at the wedding in 2 weekends," Lilah added. "If you need help setting up or serving food, I'd be glad to jump into the fray." "That's so generous of you. I'll check with Sean and Katie and tell them of your offer." After Lilah hung up with Erin, she peered out the window of her cottage to check the weather. The rain clouds had finally dissipated, and Lilah managed to get out with Miss Mabel for their nightly walk without needing to carry an umbrella. She thought about the man she'd plowed into 2 nights ago and wondered if she'd see him. But with all her subtlety in watching for him, he never appeared again. Inwardly, she scolded herself about the fact that she was daydreaming about some random guy passing on the sidewalk. He was nobody special, a total stranger. Most likely a jerk like her ex-husband. The next time she got serious with someone, she needed to be more careful. There had been moments before she married Rich where she'd brushed away tiny doubts, where she had noticed him flirting with other women, moments where she'd caught him hiding a furtive second look at women in restaurants or while shopping. At the time, she convinced herself that Rich was just an easygoing, friendly guy. Unfortunately, she realized too late that she had ignored 1,000 little warning signs. Now, at 30, she was wiser and more settled than she had been at 23. More mature, with clearer eyes. She was more aware of observing a man's true character, and Lilah knew that in the future she wanted a committed relationship that would last forever. Even so, was she ready to start up a new relationship? She'd had the occasional date, but no sparks with anyone yet. And sometimes, after the bad experiences with Rich, the prospect of another romantic relationship scared her to death. The bank's loan department was busy on Monday morning, the phones ringing off the hook, typical after a weekend. Lilah had an enormous list of calls to make to customers, meetings about new loans to begin processing, and the never-ending paperwork. Which meant that when her cell phone rang instead of the office line, it took her by surprise. She recognized Erin Steele's number and quickly picked up the receiver. "Hi, Lilah. I wanted to let you know that I just phoned Amelia's boss. She didn't come into work again today." That gave Lilah pause. Did she call in sick? No, not a word from her. Turns out her boss called her and didn't get an answer, and I was mistaken the other day at her apartment. Amelia didn't call in on Friday either. Took a day off without notifying anyone. One of her coworkers assumed it was a vacation day, but it was just an assumption, not fact. Okay, that's a little strange. Not like the Amelia I know. That woman is pretty reliable. If she went somewhere, she obviously didn't take her car since it was sitting in her garage. Lilah pictured Erin on the other end of the line, worry lines creasing her forehead. She had been so sure that Amelia would show up today and they'd end up laughing about their silly case of paranoia. But now, the situation was getting more and more mysterious. Have you tried her phone again? All of us have. Me, Sean, my parents. Erin laughed nervously. I can't help wondering if my sister ran off and eloped. I don't see her doing that to your family. Amelia would want the biggest, grandest wedding of the century. So where do we go from here? Do you mind going to my parents' house to talk to them? Erin asked. I got a call from my boss. He's sending me on a job down by Monterey, so I'll be out of town this coming week. I hate to ask you for more help, but we're seriously getting worried. Of course. I'd be glad to give them some moral support. When do you have to leave on your work trip? First thing in the morning? It's my lunch hour, so I'll jump in my car and meet you there. Chapter 6. The search is on. 15 minutes later, the front door opened to Mr. and Mrs. Steele's house, and Erin ushered Lilah past the foyer and into the living room. Despite the stoic faces of Amelia's parents, it was obvious Alice Steele had begun to break down. Her eyes were red, and she carried a wadded-up tissue in her fist. "Thanks for coming, Lilah," Owen Steele told her, shaking her hand after Mrs. Steele embraced her, whispering a soft thank you in Lilah's ear. "Of course. I'm more than happy to help. I've known Amelia for practically half my life. This situation is just so puzzling. Has Amelia ever gone this long without answering calls or texts?" "Never," Erin said, anxiously tucking her wavy dark hair behind her ear over and over again in an unconscious gesture. "We're not the kind of family that has to be calling each other every hour, or even every day. But we never let more than 2 days go by without answering a phone call or a text message. And the messages we're sending are obviously getting more frequent and more worried. We're begging her to respond," Mrs. Steele added in a quivery voice. "Even just a quick, 'I'm okay' message. She can maintain her privacy, we respect that." Lilah thought about her own text that she had sent to Amelia on Friday night after going to her apartment with Erin. She had never heard back from Amelia either, and that was almost 72 hours ago. Amelia's father put an arm around his wife's shoulders. "Erin told us that you've been helping her call old friends and went with her to her apartment. It's odd that her car is sitting in her garage. It's several years old now, but she loved that car the first time she laid eyes on it at the dealership. First one she purchased without our help for a down payment, right after she got the job at Diamond Tech." He attempted a smile, but Lilah could see the anxiety in his eyes. "That's true," Lilah said, knowing it was up to her to try to diffuse the panic and come up with a plan, especially if Erin had to leave town for the week. "Please," Mr. Steele said, "have a seat here at the dining room table. Erin is making a few lists, a plan of attack, if you will." "That's just what I was going to suggest," Lilah said with a small smile. When she sat down next to Erin, Alice Steele pressed a cool hand into Lilah's. The woman needed assurance, and Lilah reached out to give her another quick hug. "It's going to be all right," she said in a low voice. "There has to be a reasonable explanation for all of this. Maybe she's just stranded and her cell phone died, and she forgot her charger." Erin jumped in. "That's what I was thinking. Here's a list of potential places to search or call." She spread out the paper. "A few of Amelia's favorite places. She loves Stinson Beach. She loves the Monterey and Santa Cruz area. Here in the city, she's a sucker for Fenton's ice cream shop as well as Golden Gate Park, the museums and the zoo. She also loves the opera. Lilah cleared her throat, not wanting to be pessimistic, just realistic. But if she were in any of these locations, she'd be able to ask someone nearby or a shop owner to borrow their phone. What if she were hurt or got amnesia? Mrs. Steele asked, her voice getting quivery. I know it sounds unreasonable, even crazy, but our minds are jumping to all sorts of horrible scenarios. But we also can't rule anything out. I don't blame you. Even strong adult women can find themselves in sticky situations. Which reminded Lilah of Garth, Amelia's old boyfriend who turned into a stalker after she broke up with him. Lilah made a mental note to learn where the man was these days, since Amelia cut the guy out of her life and put a restraining order on him. Or she might be hurt, Erin said quietly. I suggest we call all the hospitals in the city, as well as the hotels in her favorite areas. Lilah looked over Erin's shoulder at the meticulous list. She'd already itemized each hotel, museum, store, and the opera house. Of course, even if someone had seen her, they wouldn't know it was her just from our description of a tall, pretty blonde, which could fit 1,000 other women. Erin reached over to a credenza where a tall stack of papers sat, pulling off the top one. That's why I'm printing up flyers with their picture on it. I'll do as much as I can before I leave town tomorrow. See? I've checked off the places I'll stop by on my drive south to Monterey. Lilah was impressed. This is a great list. Since I have to work myself tomorrow with a manager who gives me the eagle eye every time I spend more than 5 minutes on the phone, I'll call the hotels before I go to bed tonight. That would be fantastic, Erin said, her eyes fixing on Lilah's face as she softened her voice. You're so good to help us. I can't even tell you. Lilah blinked back some emotion of her own. She's my best friend. I'd be a wreck if anything happened to her, and I didn't do everything I could. In fact, why don't I call the San Francisco Police Department to make sure they don't have her in a cell due to something stupid like getting drunk or unruly somewhere in town? A pained expression came over Mr. and Mrs. Steele at her words, and Lilah quickly added, It's a long shot because that's so completely unlike Amelia, but I think we should cover our bases. But if that was true, Mrs. Steele whispered, wouldn't the police have called us already? Not necessarily, Lilah told her. Maybe she called a lawyer and wasn't allowed to call anyone else, or she's embarrassed and wants to fix it on her own before she admits such a thing to her family. There was a pause, and Erin finally said, her tone more serious than ever. We can always make more of these flyers if we need to tack them up around town. Dear Lord in heaven, Mrs. Steele whispered, glancing up at the ceiling. This is becoming like something out of a bad movie. Lilah's gut twisted. She didn't like the direction the situation was going either. Something appeared to be dreadfully wrong, but she fought to maintain composure for the Steele's sake. She stuffed down the sense of panic. Most likely, there was a simple explanation for where Amelia had gone. Before I forget, Erin added, Sean and Katie will obviously help us, even though they're frantic with last-minute wedding stuff. Actually, let's get Sean to take the flyer to the police station. I'll accompany him, Mr. Steele said, with a sober nod. That's a good idea, Lilah said. I'll call the hospitals and visit the hotels in the city. It will be a stronger case if Amelia's father and brother go to the police. She smoothed the hand down the 2-page list Erin had put together. Who knew there were so many hospitals and hotels in the Bay Area? I think phone calls to the hospitals will be sufficient, but it would be better to take the flyer to the hotels in case she checked in under an alias. Now you're thinking like an FBI agent, Erin said with a small chuckle. I'll be back Friday, just in time for Christmas Eve. Mom and Dad, we'll find Amelia. We will find her, Lilah gave Mrs. Steele a warm, sympathetic smile. I predict that in the next day or two she'll come strolling through your front door and wonder what all the fuss is about. That's what I'm praying for, my dear, Amelia's mother said in a soft voice filled with hope. Lilah ended up taking the rest of Monday off, calling into work that she had some personal business to take care of. Christmas shopping? Her boss asked, questioning her motives. Not exactly. Personal stuff for a friend. You're not on the calendar for a vacation day, but things are quiet this week, so I think we're fine. Lilah dug into her list of hotels. She personally walked into the hotels near Amelia's apartment, including the area near her place of work, showing the flyer at the front desks and a few other hotel personnel in the lobbies. No woman by the name of Amelia Steele had checked in over the past several days, and nobody recognized her from the photographs as a recent guest. After driving to 10 different hotels, Lilah spent the afternoon on the phone and managed to telephone all the other hotels and motels in the city, including south to Daly City and Oakland in the East Bay area, all the way east to the suburbs of Walnut Creek. By the time she was finished, her hand ached and her throat was hoarse. She had even faxed flyers to several of the hotel concierges, who seemed a bit vague or uncertain. It's like fishing for a minnow in the ocean, she muttered, pouring a cold soda and crashing on the couch, running a hand along Miss Mabel's soft fur, who jumped up next to her and laid her head against her thigh. The Cocker Spaniel reached up to lick Lilah's chin with a mournful gaze, then snuggled against her neck, as if sensing her owner's melancholy and frustrated mood. She could be hiding out with a new lover in a rental house, or in a completely different state. Come on, Amelia. Lilah texted her old friend again, for at least the 25th time in the past few days. Please just let us know you're okay, she muttered in frustration. Her cell phone was as silent as the dense interior of an empty redwood forest. On Tuesday, Lilah spent her lunch break calling the hospitals and as many clinics as she could. If Amelia was hurt or sick, they would probably know who the patient was, since Amelia would most likely have had her purse or ID with her. A sudden thought slammed into Lilah's brain. She tapped her pencil against her forehead. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't recall seeing Amelia's handbag at her apartment, although she probably had more than one. That would be something to search for if they returned to her apartment again. Erin telephoned that night. Christmas was now only 4 days away. Hey, Lilah. Any news? I checked my messages but didn't receive anything from you. I'm sorry, but I have nothing to report. My neck and ears hurt from all the phone calls, and I'm probably on my boss's bad side now, she added with a little laugh. No leads at all? Erin asked, the raw sound of hope in her voice. Lilah hated to give her bad news. I'm sorry, but I couldn't find even a glimmer of someone who is unconscious without an ID or a patient with amnesia anywhere in the Bay Area. Yeah, that would be like something out of a movie, Erin admitted soberly. I checked out the museums and parks, as well as drove down to Santa Cruz and Monterey over the last 2 days. Not a single lead. Where are you now? Can't tell you, Erin replied. If I did, I'd have to kill you, she added, attempting a feeble joke. But I do have one little piece of information to pass along. That's great, Lilah said, sitting up straighter. What did you find out? Using the intelligence services from my place of employment, Erin said vaguely, referring to the local FBI field office. I was able to learn what happened to Garth Sullivan, Amelia's stalker boyfriend. The man doesn't live here any longer. He found some new woman and they moved to Seattle. How long ago? shortly after the time Amelia put a restraining order on him in early October. He moved about a month later in November. That's a relief. Suspect number 1 can be crossed off the list. There was a moment of silence, and Lilah hated to make the next suggestion. Erin finally let out a sigh filled with discouragement and laced with frustration. We're now going on 6 days with no sign, no clues, and not a single return message. I've talked to my parents about this already. My dad will go to the local police precinct tomorrow to file an official missing persons report. Lilah was glad to hear this. It's definitely time to go public and declare Amelia officially missing. They could put out an APB on her, maybe ask to get it to go national. She could easily be in a different part of California or out of state. Did you try her workplace today? Yes, her boss, a guy named Brad Williams, is worried too. He's had total silence from Amelia, completely unlike her. I just can't think the worst. But my parents are becoming more distraught every day. I can only imagine, Lilah whispered. I'm so sorry. Shall we print off 1,000 flyers and start pinning them to telephone poles and store windows and bulletin boards? Yes, I agree. When I return at the end of the week, I'll jump in and help too. Lilah hated to ask her next question, but she knew she had to make the horrid suggestion. Perhaps we need to organize some search parties. Erin let out a strangled cough, as though forcing herself not to break down into tears. That's crossed my mind as well, but honestly, I don't know where we'd begin. We search for her body in random hills, the forests and woods of the entire Bay Area? We'll need to speak with the local police to get guidance. The problem is we don't know where she was last seen before she disappeared. We don't have a clue where to even start a search. Erin's voice rose with panic, and Lilah's heart ached. She wished the young woman wasn't out of town so she could jump in her car and go be with her to give her comfort. It was hard not to break down into tears herself. Lilah finally asked softly, Does your superior there at the FBI know what's going on with your sister? I finally told him, and he's releasing me early with a replacement from this current job in Monterey County to go home so I can be with my parents when they file the police report. I'm really glad to hear that. Your parents need you, especially with Christmas coming up so fast, and Sean and Katie getting married in 11 days. Sean and Katie volunteered to postpone the wedding, but we told them that was silly. It won't make a difference with the investigation, and they can't afford to lose the money they've already put out for everything. Flowers, caterers, invitations, music. I'm so sorry, Erin. I honestly can't imagine what you're going through. I disagree. I think you do know, Lilah. You've already been an enormous help, and you and Amelia have been close friends for a decade. I'm trying not to lose it, Lilah confessed. I feel sick inside all the time. And then sometimes I have this weird anger, wondering why Amelia won't just call someone. I know that doesn't make any sense. I know exactly what you mean. I have the very same thoughts, too. There was a pause, and Lilah wished she knew what to say or what to do next to help the Steele family. When Erin spoke again, her voice took on a different tone. Speaking of investigations, I will be approaching the FBI to ask permission to use their databases on missing persons to find Amelia. I don't know what they have or how they go about it, but if there's anything they can do for us, I want to utilize it. That's a wonderful idea. Meanwhile, my parents and I had a discussion last night. We have another big favor to ask of you while I'm out of town. We'd like you to help us hire a private detective, a private investigator. Lilah sat up with a start, her heart thudding. Me? Hire a private detective? Chapter 7. Private Eye Agency. Lilah was blown away by the request. I... I don't know what to say, and I have no clue how to go about it. I'm asking a lot of you, especially after you've done so much, Erin said in a rush. My parents will put up the agency fees, of course, but the police and the FBI can only do so much. A private detective could focus on just Amelia. PIs can often get into places and talk to people who refuse to speak with local authorities. Lilah swallowed. I actually think that's a superb idea, but why me? I'm gone too much with work and travel. Sean's busy with his wedding. And over the last month, my father has been in the middle of trying to sell his business and retire, which is an enormous task. He's completely overwhelmed. Erin's voice trailed off, and Lilah sat back with a thud against her chair, running her fingers along Miss Mabel's back. The Cocker Spaniel let out a funny little sigh in her sleep and closed her eyes again. Do you have a particular agency in mind? No. Do you mind finding one? I trust your instincts. We all do. Whoa, that was a tall order, but it was an excellent idea, and it filled Lilah with hope. Better than randomly calling hospitals and hotels. Okay, I'll do some internet searching before bed. Erin's voice brightened. That would be fantastic, Lilah. Thank you so much. It will be one less thing my parents need to worry about. After they hung up, Lilah turned on the television and then turned the volume low while she opened up her laptop and began to search for local detective agencies. There were several, some ads more impressive than others, while some had too little information about what they did and who they were, so she ended up dismissing them outright. Skimming through the listings and clicking on each website to check each agency more thoroughly, Lilah finally went on to a second and then a third search page. At the bottom of the third search engine page, she saw an agency that sent a zinger right up her spine. The Little Gray Cells Investigative Agency. Mr. Samuel Spade. Owner. Retired military. Liaison to the San Francisco Police Department. Scams, identity theft, embezzlement, missing persons, and more. Bingo, Lilah murmured to herself. The Little Gray Cells, I love that. This Mr. Spade had a sense of humor in referencing Agatha Christie's infamous detective, Hercule Poirot, one of Lilah's all-time favorite authors and detectives. She and Erin's family needed a little Hercule Poirot right now to find Amelia. She couldn't help giving a tiny smile when she wondered if the private investigator would be short, boast a mustache, and speak with a Belgian accent. The hours for the Little Gray Cells were listed as noon to 6 p.m. She'd leave work and head straight there before they closed tomorrow. The next morning, her coworker, Sheila, stopped by Lilah's desk. Hey, I missed you yesterday. You been sick? Lilah shook her head. I was helping a friend's family. A look of concern washed over Sheila's face. Seems like you were gone half of Monday, too. Everything okay? Well, no, not really. I don't know that I feel comfortable talking about someone else's problems, but it does concern my best friend. You mean Amelia? Haven't you known her forever? Lilah's face warmed as an embarrassed smile crossed her lips. You have a good memory. Well, I know you two talk fairly frequently and go to lunch sometimes. Didn't you go to college together, too? We were roommates. She kind of left town and nobody knows where. Lilah tried to make it casual. She didn't want to start up any untoward gossip. She ran off for some alone time with a new boyfriend? It's crossed my mind, but it's been almost a week, and she's not returning calls or texts. Okay, that is strange. Sheila stepped closer and lowered her voice. I promise to keep it to myself. You know you can trust me, Lilah. We've worked together for a lot of years. I do. I was researching local detective agencies, sort of like a PI, as in private investigator. Sheila nodded sagely. You're going to hire someone to help you find her? The next moment, she snapped her fingers. Why didn't I think of this already? I know exactly who you should go to. We recently backed a new PI firm with a business loan. Remember the one I was telling you about last week? Lilah straightened in her chair. That's right. I'd forgotten. But didn't it barely open? Well, sort of. They had their grand opening event, but we actually financed it several months ago. You'll never believe the name the guy used. It's a hoot. Honestly, I could use a bit of a laugh, Lilah admitted. The weekend was very depressing. It's called The Little Gray Cells. After Hercule Poirot, you know, the Belgian detective from the 1920s and all those mystery novels. He's a smart little bugger, and a little bit funny, actually. That's exactly the agency I was looking at last night. It's catchy as well as clever. Certainly caught my eye. The perfect name. And you know me, I adore any mystery or thriller. The owner is that man I told you about, the one that's kind of hot and charming, too. I do remember you saying that. So he's a potential womanizer? I don't know, maybe I should do a bit more searching. Sheila shook her head. No, not at all. A genuinely nice guy with actual manners, down to earth. And I think he even made his own cupcakes for the grand opening festivity. You have got to be kidding. A man who bakes cupcakes? Or was it actually his wife? I believe he's single. Mid-30s, no ring on his finger. Sheila had a sheepish look on her face. And before you asked, yes, I looked. His marital status doesn't matter to me. I just need a good investigator. I'll head across town as soon as 5 o'clock rolls around. Her coworker glanced at the clock. Which is in 30 minutes, if I can still tell time. Lilah shook her head and smiled. Okay, scoot. Let me put away my files and get out of here, just in case Mr. Hercule Poirot decides to leave his brand spankin' new office early because he doesn't have any clients yet. 30 minutes later, Lilah tugged on her coat, grabbed her handbag, and headed out to the parking garage. She put the address into the map app on her phone and started her car engine. 20 minutes later, she pulled up to an office building with a mostly empty parking lot. The Little Gray Cells agency was located on the second floor at the end of the wing, in a suite marked as number 230. The building was quiet at the end of the day, but there were still a few people going in and out of the elevators, saying goodnight, locking the outer doors of their offices. Lilah took a deep breath. Here goes nothing, she muttered, a sweep of nerves racing through her stomach. She was already hoping and praying that this detective could find Amelia in the next 24 hours. 48, tops. She had to be realistic, and careful not to get the Steeles' hopes up unnecessarily. Pushing the door open, Lilah stepped inside and glanced about. The lights were still on, but nobody was there at the moment. In the center of a small reception area, a paneled desk sat empty, and a few chairs had been placed about the walls with a potted plant in the far corner. A carpeted hallway veered off to the left, and Lilah walked toward it. "Hello," she called out. "Are you still open?" "Yes, I'll be right there," a male voice called from an office down the hallway. Moments later, a tall, broad-shouldered man appeared, walking briskly toward the reception area. He strode forward with confidence and a pleasant smile. Dark wavy hair touched the collar of his pressed dress shirt in a rugged and manly way. His website had said that he was ex-military, and Lilah could sense that in his erect stance, the biceps bulging from his dark blue dress shirt, those impressive, powerful thighs, as well as his tie that lay askew across his chest where he had loosened the knot at the end of the workday. The guy was so darn casual and attractive, Lilah couldn't take her eyes off him. Sheila had said he was nice-looking. She hadn't said that he was drop-dead gorgeous. His eyes were a deep ocean blue above a straight nose and what had to be the most perfect mouth ever created on a male of the human species. "Hello, I'm Samuel Spade. I run this joint," he added with a grin. "I hope I can help you." "I hope so, too." Lilah's voice came out more softly than she had planned. She gave a dry cough, wishing she had a bottle of water after racing over here. She sounded much too timid for the reason that had brought her here. She was usually just as forthright and confident as this detective appeared to be. The very next moment, Lilah sucked in a breath and took an abrupt step backward, tilting her head to gaze at him in a new light. "Wait a minute, I know your voice. At least I think I do. A few days ago, in the rain, walking our dogs?" Her voice rose at the end of the disjointed sentences, and she suddenly doubted herself. But wow! He looked so much like the guy she rammed into in the dark the night of the rainstorm walking Miss Mabel. At least the guy she remembered, even though it had been dark. "Say something else," she said, feeling foolish. His lips formed an amused smile as he stepped forward to shake her hand. With a hand that was warm and strong and perfect in every single way. She froze in place. What was wrong with her? She never acted like this around anybody. Not since... Well, she wasn't going to think about her horrible, cheating ex-husband. "You look like you've seen a ghost," Mr. Spade said. "I must be mistaken," Lilah stammered. "You look just like a guy I ran into the night of the rainstorm several days ago. That's what I meant about walking our dogs. But I'm sure you don't have a Rottweiler named Bella. That would be too coincidental." He let out a chuckle. "I've been trying to figure out who you reminded me of. Your little Cocker Spaniel is Miss Mabel, right?" Lilah's jaw dropped, and her head began to buzz like she'd just run into an electrified fence. This was him. The guy. The same one. How utterly strange and absolutely amazing. The guy she'd crashed into on the sidewalk was right in front of her. It seemed impossible. Bella's owner was the little gray cell's private eye. Chapter 8. Sam Spade in the Flesh. "It's nice to meet you again," he said, smiling that extremely sexy smile. "Without rain dripping off your nose." "Sorry to be such an idiot. I think it was your voice that nailed it for me, since the other night was, quite dark." Lilah didn't admit it out loud, but it was also his physique, that commanding posture, and the amiable chuckle in his voice. Her face grew warm. "I just hope I don't look like a drowned rat any longer." He shook his head. "You never did, and now you're perfectly dry and ironed, without a raincoat and an umbrella hiding your face. But how did you find me? Is this a manhunt or a professional visit?" Lilah sucked in a breath. He thought she was searching for him, as in she had a crush. "Strictly professional, of course," she said primly. His lips quirked. "I was teasing. You just looked so shocked I couldn't help myself. So, how did you find me here?" "Google, of course," Lilah said with a nonchalant flick of her hand. "I like the name of your agency, too. It's genius, actually." "Thanks. It was something I always wanted to do since I was a kid reading detective novels, wanting to grow up to be the cool Sam Spade from the Maltese Falcon." "That's one of my all-time favorite movies." Lilah paused and gave him a sideways look. "Your name on the office door is Spade. Please don't tell me your first name is Sam." "Okay, I won't. It's Samuel." "Seriously?" He deadpanned. "Dead serious." "Was it a joke from your parents?" "My name is actually Samuel Spade, I'm not joking. Sam, for short. Our family's surname is Spade, and my grandmother adored Humphrey Bogart. Watched every one of his movies 100 times. So, when I was born, she convinced my parents to name me Samuel. I was Sammy as a kid. When I went away for college, I decided Samuel was more dignified, but I still go by Sam most of the time. Your grandmother sounds like a kick. I love it. And calling your agency the Little Gray Cells is absolutely perfect. I'm a die-hard Hercule Poirot fan myself, so, of course, you're the first detective I wanted to check out. Lilah blushed, kicking herself for the silly words coming out of her mouth. Professionally, check out, investigate, look into, that is. He laughed. I knew what you meant, but I let you fall into your own trap anyway. So that's how it is. I should have known you're a big tease from the other night in the rain. He beckoned Lilah into his office down the hallway, gesturing to a seat in front of the desk. Life's more fun that way. That's how my folks raised me, hence being named after a character in a 1941 movie with a man character who smoked like a chimney. It is strange to recall how actors practically chain-smoked in all those 1940s and 50s movies. I think they thought it was sophisticated, and nobody knew the dangers of smoking until much later. Lilah leaned her arms on the desk, a tickle of laughter rising up in her throat. I suppose your parents might have named you Falcon Spade. That has a certain dangerous flair to it. Okay, bite your tongue on that one, Mrs. Samuel paused, a question in his voice. Lilah Norwood, not a Mrs. any longer, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Lilah, Sam said, sounding sincerely apologetic. I didn't mean to embarrass you. No, you didn't. Lilah found herself choking up, so she stopped talking for a moment. Sam Spade's unexpected empathy got to her. Compassion she hadn't experienced for a long time. It's a long, sordid story, but aren't all dead marriages sordid? I'm mostly embarrassed because I didn't see the signs earlier. Hey, Sam said, shrugging his shoulders as he leaned toward her. We're all young and stupid, especially at those ages when we're both young and stupid. Wiser words were never spoken. She couldn't help joking in return to lighten the serious moment. So, the Maltese Falcon came out in 1941, huh? That's more than 80 years ago now. Wild to think it's been so many decades, and yet those movies are still such classics. I think I'd like your parents. I think they'd like you too. My dad was a huge fan of noir detective movies. Hitchcock was a biggie too, as well as Sherlock Holmes. I'm very happy he didn't name me Alfred or Sherlock. Quite true, and now that I think about it, I actually know something else about you. He lifted both eyebrows. Dare I ask? I know that you make cupcakes that are to die for. Sam leaned back in his desk chair and let out a belly laugh. How could you possibly know that? Lilah gave a coy little shrug. One of my coworkers went to your grand opening gala. I wouldn't call it a gala exactly. We're on a shoestring budget until I get a few more cases to work on. But who's your coworker? Let's just say that I work in the loan department of Bank of America. Business loans, that is. Ah, that means you must know Sheila. I think I have leftovers. Want a cupcake? Lilah let out a quick laugh that surprised her. She had hardly smiled the past week. Quickly, she tamped it down because the soberness of the task at hand tugged at every strand of her heart. Sam must have sensed her sudden mood change, because he softened his voice. Hey, why don't you tell me what's going on? What brings you here today? His question was asked so tenderly, Lilah's eyes stung with emotion. Let me get you some water, Sam said, jumping up again to grab a water bottle from a small fridge across the room, then rummaging inside a drawer to retrieve a napkin. Deep down, Lilah knew he'd jumped up to give her a moment to regain her composure. He was extremely aware and thoughtful. When he handed the water bottle over, Lilah shot him a weak smile. Thanks. I think this whole thing is starting to hit me hard. Sam pulled out a notebook and clicked a pen. Tell me what's going on. He lifted his eyes to hers, and Lilah saw warmth and concern and a genuine interest. With his military background, she was expecting somebody a little gruffer and more forthright, knocking out questions as fast as possible. It's my best friend, Amelia Steele. She's missing. That does sound concerning. When did you last see or speak with her? We had lunch about a month ago, and our last text message was a couple of weeks ago. We discussed her brother's upcoming wedding. She wanted to know if I was coming. I told her yes, of course. I've known her and her family for more than a decade. That was my next question. I don't mean to be rude when I ask this, but why are you here and not a member of Amelia's family? They asked me to hire an investigator. Her parents aren't doing very well with all of this. It's going on 6 days since they heard from Amelia, despite numerous calls and texts trying to reach her. That's a long time, especially if they're normally in fairly frequent contact. Amelia and her sister Erin do communicate a few times a week, as well as her parents. They've all been begging her for a response. Dozens and dozens of messages. But nothing, not a word. Just total silence. And that would be unusual. Oh, yes. She's never gone silent like this before. Is Amelia employed? Lilah nodded. She's a computer engineer at one of those tech companies downtown for the financial district. Has she been showing up at work? Lilah shook her head, taking a quick sip of her water to wet her dry throat. Not since last Thursday. Her sister spoke with Amelia's boss, who said that she didn't show up on Friday, but there was no phone call to say she was ill or put in a request for time off. He hasn't heard a word from her since, and it's Wednesday now. 4 work days missed without a word. That does sound like something unusual has happened. Not necessarily criminal, but unusual. Most people talk to their employer if they're going to be absent. He lifted his face to give her a small smile. Job security usually demands it. Exactly. How long has Amelia worked there? 3 or 4 years. So it's not a new job. Maybe she hates it and decided to disappear without giving notice. Did she seem happy there? Yes, very. She's been developing some new software for them. As far as I know, she enjoyed her job very much. We used to trade work horror stories, plus the funny ones, of course, she added softly. Lilah's eyes misted. She bent her head to fumble for a tissue in her purse. Darn allergies, she muttered, embarrassed to break down in front of this man. Hey, he said softly. It's completely understandable. You have a long history with your friend and you're worried. Samuel Spade reached out to place his warm palm over her cold fingers in a brief, sympathetic gesture. Lilah nearly jerked because the sizzle that ran up her arm was so surprisingly strong. Maybe he was like this with everyone, one of those naturally empathetic people. It might mean nothing at all. But her reaction to him was unnerving. He'd removed his hand just as quickly, but the imprint he left on Lilah's skin was disconcerting to say the least, and she couldn't help wishing he'd touch her again. Chapter 9. An Unexpected Sizzle. Emotional fatigue takes a toll, Sam said next. But I'm glad you're here. And I'm happy that we ran, into each other a few days ago, so it's practically like we've already met. Which is absolutely true, I guess. Sorry. That sounded a bit corny. She smiled up at him, a tug of something peculiar and long forgotten in her chest. I knew what you meant. So, what should I call you? Samuel? Sam? Mr. Spade? Sherlock or Bogart? I'll answer to anything, but Sam's fine. Or captain if you want to get formal," he quipped. "Are you serious? You were a captain in the military? Now I feel even more self-conscious." "Don't be," he laughed. "I don't go by that any longer, of course. Unless I run into one of my guys at the commissary and force them to salute." That was a joke," he added sheepishly. "What branch?" "Army Ranger. But we'd rotate in and out of Special Forces or for special assignments, especially after I got back from the Middle East. After 20 years, I decided to try my hand at detective work. I enjoyed the planning and reconnaissance that went into my overseas assignments, figuring out the enemy's next move, how to double-cross them, keep them on their toes, find out what made them tick. I took a few psychology classes, too." Lilah figured Captain Samuel Spade had to be in his late 30s by now, although he didn't look it, and there were no signs of his age or previous stressful job on his face, just a few faint and expressive lines about his eyes that danced with a fascinating light. He appeared to be a man that enjoyed life and challenges. Plus, he had a manner about him that was endearing and comforting. Currently, he was writing down everything Lilah was telling him. She watched him for a moment, then spoke up. "We too have a great resource that could prove very helpful. Amelia's sister is Erin Steele. She's a recent grad from Quantico, FBI." His eyes shot up to meet hers. "Perfect. She'll be able to get into some databases more easily if the upper management allows it. My connections with the local police force will help me do some research on the people Amelia worked with." Lilah then went on to tell him about their current searches and Amelia's favorite spots, including calling hospitals and hotels in the Bay Area. "That's great. Perfect. Perhaps you have a head for detective work yourself," he added, glancing up from his note-taking to gaze at her. "And, here is the flyer we made up with her picture," Lilah said, handing it over. Sam leaned back in his office chair to study it, as if memorizing Amelia's face. "Once I do an initial search, we can add more details. The first thing is to narrow down as close as possible the people who last saw Amelia, who she last talked to, and her last known location." "That's what I was thinking as well." Sam stopped scribbling, pausing in thought. "Do you think Mr. and Mrs. Steele would consider offering a reward for information?" "Possibly. They're not rich by any means. Her father is currently in the process of selling his furniture business." "Any other siblings?" "A younger brother, Sean, who is getting married soon. I think he and his fiancée, Katie, have been dating for a few years." Sam leaned back in his chair, the leather making a squeaky sound as he steepled his fingers under his chin. "I hope nobody is offended if I have a background check run on all of them. Previous criminal history, if any, their movements over the last week or two, that sort of thing." Lilah blew out a breath. "This is getting complicated, isn't it? You have the Steeles' full cooperation. In fact, they're the ones who will be paying your fee." Good. I'll call them right after we're done and set up their account and a payment plan. I will also plan a detailed investigative proposal tonight and send them copies." When Lilah nodded and then bit at her lips, she noticed that Sam's eyes strayed to her mouth before casually glancing back down at his pad of lined paper, which was now filled with a long list of scribbled notes, lines, and arrows. The scent of Samuel Spade's aftershave, musky with a hint of orange citrus, was subtle and driving her a little bit crazy. Those dark blue eyes, that mouth, that build. Was she going to swoon all over his desk? Shaking her head, Lilah blinked. I think I'll take a few notes myself," she said, fumbling in her handbag. "You don't need to. I'll send a copy of my plan to you as well as the Steele family." "Thank you. That would be great. I should tell you that Erin and her parents are filing a police report right now. They hope the authorities will send out an APB." If she speeds in a car or gets pulled over for any sort of traffic violation, that would be the fastest way to find her. Even if she might be with someone else, no matter where she is in the country. I suppose we can always hope she rents herself a Ferrari and tries taking it up to top speed. He gave her a smile at that. That would certainly be ideal. Do I have permission to search your residence? Yes, in fact, here's a copy of the key to Amelia's apartment. The Steeles got it made for you. Where should I write the address? Down here at the bottom of this page, Sam said, pushing a pen and his notebook toward her. Their hands brushed once more when he flipped the notebook around for her to write the number down more easily. Lilah's head jerked up and saw that he was watching her too. She tried not to blush. Actually, Lilah, I'd like you to come with me to her house. Apartment. Really, in a restored Victorian, Lilah said, her voice going a bit hoarse. The electricity between them was ramping up 1,000 watts. Yes, I'd like to accompany you, she added. I want to see things again with a fresh eye now that a few days have passed. I'd love to have you there. You know Amelia so well. I'll telephone the Steeles and make sure they're good with me going through her personal items, her computer, and her files, so I don't need to get a search warrant. Having to wait for a warrant will slow things down. I can guarantee they'll approve it. I mean, the Steeles already made a copy of her keys. Next, I'll be interviewing everybody Amelia knows. Maybe tailing a few people just to make sure her closest circle of friends and coworkers aren't hiding her somewhere. Why would anyone do that? Oh, Sam gave a soft, sad smile. There are lots of reasons, some too sordid to discuss. A flush ran up Lilah's cheeks, and she placed a hand against her face. Gotcha, but it's disturbing to think about. Speaking of any sort of foul play, I'm going to spend the day at the downtown police precinct and do a statewide search for the most recent kidnappings and murders. See if anything matches or stands out as unusual. That's... really? Already? Tears burned at the back of Lilah's eyes. It's too horrible to contemplate. I've been trying not to. We never want to think the worst. But she's been missing for at least 6 days now from what you've told me. We need to eliminate that possibility right off the bat. Then we can move forward with the rest of this list. That's true. Depending on what I find, I'll be working toward going nationwide by the end of tomorrow. Facial recognition software is excellent these days. That's good. Hopefully we won't get an accidental positive ID for someone else entirely. I don't anticipate that, so try not to worry. I'm going to reach out to Erin to see if she can open up a search in the FBI databases for any record of Amelia taking an airplane, rental car, BART train, that sort of thing, and getting her credit card records. After that, taking apart her phone and getting a search warrant from the cell service company is next on the list. Work and personal cell both. I'll need a search warrant for most of that. I'll begin the paperwork this evening and take it to a judge tomorrow. This all sounds good. It feels great to be doing something concrete. When should we meet at Amelia's apartment? Tomorrow, as soon as you're off work. Earlier, if you can swing it. I won't take a lunch and ask my boss if I can leave early. Should we meet at 4 o'clock? Perfect. We'll still have a bit of daylight left. I'll do some sleuthing about the grounds and garage, too. He rose to his feet, and Lilah followed suit. Let's go print up a few copies of our plan. The Steeles are going to be so relieved, she said softly. Then Lilah realized that Detective Spade had said, our plan, not his plan. It felt good to be included in the entire operation, not brushed off or told that he would figure it out independent of her or the Steele family. She followed him down the hall into a small lunchroom that doubled as the copy room. Sam stuck his notes under the copy machine lid, pressed a few buttons, and out came 6 copies. Okay, I'll keep 2 for additional notes as I work. Here's one for you and one for Erin and both Mr. and Mrs. Steele. Your handwriting is good too, Lilah noted. giving him a sideways smile. I figured it would be chicken scratch, like a doctor's prescription or something. He returned the sideways smile, giving her a quick wink that set Lilah's heart pounding. Good grief, she was a basket case. Sam leaned in closer. I found that being able to decipher my own notes is incredibly helpful. Smart man. Very smart. See you tomorrow, Miss Lilah Norwood. We'll find Amelia. Within just a couple of days, we'll know a whole lot more than we do right now. Really? That quickly? We live in the age of the internet. Digging up information is better than it's ever been. You've given me hope. I'll drop this file off to Erin on my way home. Sam paused at the doorway, letting Lilah pass through first. They almost brushed against one another, and her heart began to gallop all over again. He asked, Do you have my phone number? Yes, it's on the internet. Right. That's my landline here at the office. Let me give you my cell phone number, and then we can talk anywhere at any time. Oh, right. Good idea. Before Lilah could hand the file back to him, Sam took her hand that held the papers while he wrote the phone number directly on top. His arm warmly pressed against hers. She swallowed, wondering where she'd misplaced that bottle of water he'd given her earlier. Sam's eyes darted to her mouth, then back up to her eyes. I think you have the most beautiful green eyes I've ever seen, Lilah Norwood, he stated matter-of-factly. If some other man had complimented her in that way, it probably would have struck Lilah as odd. But the manner in which he spoke held no flirting or seductive tone. Just stating the facts, ma'am, he added with a grin. Even so, Lilah's breath jammed in her throat when he said her entire name like that in his velvety voice. Thank you, she stuttered, furiously fighting to not blush. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, and then Lilah came to her senses and stumbled toward the outer office door. Sam was quicker. He grabbed the doorknob before she got there, holding the door open while she glided through, giving him a nod and a soft, "Good night." "Good night, Lilah," Sam said in his deep, warm voice. "I'll see you tomorrow at Amelia's apartment." Lilah's fingers fumbled with her car keys, but she finally managed to unlock the driver's door and drop herself into the bucket seat. She automatically turned on the windshield wipers to clean the fog that had misted on the glass while she'd been inside the detective agency. She couldn't get over what he'd named his agency, or the name his parents had given him. How completely perfect. But what had just happened in there when they were staring at each other? Lilah's brain buzzed with 1,000 thoughts while her body overheated and her heart had pounded. The Little Gray Cells Detective Agency was much more than she had anticipated, in about 1,000 delicious ways than she could ever have dreamed. Chapter 10. Fingerprints. It was just after 4 o'clock the next day when Lilah met Sam at Amelia's apartment. Still daylight, but the sun was beginning to lower in the sky, and shadows were filling the corners of streets and homes. She pulled up to the curb within seconds of Sam, and there was that strange jump in her stomach again. The jolt moved clear up her throat, making her breathless and lightheaded. He was parked right in front of her car, and when they both got out of their vehicles, he immediately came toward her, holding out his hand to shake hers. "Hello, Lilah. Thanks for meeting me." Her knees went a bit weak. An easy smile lifted her lips, despite her nerves and anticipation. Samuel Spade was just the sort of man who made you smile. "Of course. I can't stop until we find Amelia." "Lead the way, Miss Lilah. Oh, here. Take my arm. It's a bit slick. Temps dropped so much today that it's practically ice in these shady wet patches." "Do you have the key? I brought an extra just in case." Sam held it up in his other hand, smiling down at her. I almost feel like we're breaking and entering. It wasn't so bad when I was with her sister Erin. We'll knock first, just in case Amelia suddenly showed up over the last 24 hours. Oh, the key to the garage is hidden under a rock over here. I'll show you. On second thought, let's do that first, before it's dark. I meant to ask you yesterday if Amelia's car was gone. No, it's here. That's another strange thing. Lilah glanced about the area before bending down to lift the rock where the key was hiding. It was still there, damp and a bit dirty with soil. She handed it to Sam, who inserted the key and lifted the garage door. Lilah peered inside the dim garage. Still here. Her red Honda. Looks just the same as a few days ago. Sam tried the vehicle's door handle. It wasn't locked, and he slid into the driver's seat, leaning over to open the latch to the glove compartment and rummage inside. Lilah spoke up. Never thought to look inside the glove compartment when Erin and I were here. Find anything? Just the vehicle manuals and the car registration. I'm going to take a picture of it with my phone. Sam snapped the photo, then inspected the back seat and the trunk. Both were empty of any belongings or paraphernalia, except for the standard spare tire and jack in the trunk. After closing up the vehicle and locking the garage, Lilah overcame her shyness and took his arm to climb the slick and icy concrete steps to the main apartment door. Sam closed his palm around her fingers to keep her in balance, and Lilah shivered, even though she wasn't actually cold. There was that same little tug in her stomach when he touched her. It was inexplicable how she was reacting to him. The sensation was one she hadn't felt in years, if ever. She pointed out the correct apartment door, and after Sam knocked 3 times, he unlocked it and stepped inside, with Lilah close behind. He paused, as if just taking in the sight of the living space and the layout, before beginning to do a search or inspection. Lilah leaned against the door after closing it. What are you doing? He shrugged. Just trying to feel the atmosphere, the mood of the place. I don't have a sense of violence or fear, it's just quiet. Does it look the same as when you were here with Amelia's sister? She bit at her lip and nodded. Exactly the same. I don't think anyone has been inside since Erin and I were here. Sam nodded. It's a bit musty. Has a closed-up feeling, but it's hard to say if that means anything. Okay, let's get to work, but stay right here by me. Don't want any surprises. Oh, okay. I hadn't thought about being wary. Sam was already inspecting the furniture, looking under tables, the sofas, the cushions, and he paused to smile at her. I may be retired military, but I'm always cautious. That's probably why you came home in one piece. Lilah briefly closed her eyes and clapped a hand over her mouth to shut herself up. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say it like that. My mother was pleased, Sam said quietly. You didn't say anything wrong. Every military family feels the same way. For the next hour, Sam worked his way methodically through Amelia's apartment. Tell me if you see anything that's been moved, or anything that's here now that wasn't here last weekend. 30 minutes later, Lilah said, It's all exactly the same, but I wish I'd taken pictures, she added as Sam snapped endless photographs. Okay, come here, he said, beckoning her closer. He took her by the hand, and they went into the kitchen. Lilah went straight to the sink. Not a single dirty dish, and the sink is dry too, she added, not liking that fact very much at all. Sam opened the refrigerator door. Anything different here? Lilah blew out a breath and shook her head. Nope. It's the same as when Erin and I were here. Not much food in there, though. Where's the trash bin for the kitchen? Right here, Lilah said, pointing to a round silver trash canister in the corner by the stove. She pressed her foot on the lever and the lid opened. It's empty. Okay, interesting. Maybe there was garbage pickup the day she disappeared.
A phone call will tell us that. I'm heading to her home office at the end of the hall now. We'll take a peek at her computer. I'll probably take it with me for analysis by one of my computer techs. They can tell me the last time the machine was used, or if anything was added or deleted in the last week.
That would be good. Shall I phone Erin to tell her that you'll have it?
I already spoke with her parents, so we're all good.
Sam finally went to Amelia's bedroom and spent time going through her bureau, the nightstand, and the bathroom. After 15 minutes, he said,
"She's very tidy. Was that normally her temperament?"
"Not in college, but then that's how it is when you're always studying for exams, working toward homework deadlines and trying to have a social life too." Sam moved to the far wall of the master bedroom and studied the framed family photographs hanging there.
"Is this the Steele family?"
Lilah moved closer to point out each member of the family, from Amelia to Erin to Sean and Mr. and Mrs. Steele. "Erin told me that it was taken about a month ago. See the decorated Christmas tree in the background?" Sam nodded, snapping more photos while Lilah went on. "After Amelia graduated and got her own place, yes, she became much more meticulous about her personal life. Is there something in particular you're thinking about the apartment's organization?" Sam pursed his lips while gazing about the place.
"Not really. But there is one thing that keeps going through my mind. Her apartment and vehicle hardly looked lived in. It's almost too clean and organized. No leftovers in the fridge, no trash, no jotted notes or books pulled out from the bookcases, no pens or papers or makeup lying about. It looks like someone making sure their home is tidied up before going on a trip."
Slowly, Lilah nodded. "Yes, I see what you mean. That's what I kept telling Erin, to reassure her, of course, that Amelia had gone out of town for the weekend with some new friend and would be back soon, but..." She paused, swallowing hard. "It's now Thursday night and she's never returned. She hasn't called into her job either."
"Unless she's somewhere she can't call from,"
Sam mused quietly. Tears threatened Lilah as her voice choked. "It's sickening to think of foul play, or Amelia kidnapped by some monster."
Hey, Lilah. I'm sorry,"
he apologized.
"I didn't mean to upset you. But I know it's gone through your mind already. Because you and the Steele family hired me. But it could also mean her phone battery died, or she's in a location without cell service."
Lilah nodded, taking a moment to regain her composure.
"Despite the fear," Sam went on, "we will maintain hope. It's the only way to get through a situation like this."
"I know," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "It's all becoming much too real. How can someone just disappear like they fell off the planet? It doesn't make sense." She sensed Sam coming closer, the warmth of his body in the chilly apartment a balm to her raging emotions.
"It's getting late. Have you had anything to eat today?"
"Not since breakfast and a granola bar at my desk."
"I'm going to dust the apartment for fingerprints and pack up the laptop. I spotted a computer backpack. Then we're going to get some dinner and talk. I have some other things to tell you."
Chapter 11. A Needle in a Haystack. Lilah spun around to face him. "What? Please tell me now. I'm dying with worry." Her throat went dry. "Did you spot something? Some new clues?" Instantly, Sam was in front of her, sliding his hands down her arms to take her cold hands in his in order to calm the frantic questions she was throwing at him. His touch made her shiver, while his eyes soberly met hers. Lilah knew he was trying to reassure her, but why did it seem like so much more? That he was worried for her, and Amelia's family too. Did he also sense her attraction to him? This crazy, bewildering feeling was blowing her mind. Never before had Lilah experienced such an instant attraction to another man. Of course, there were those men who were so good-looking you had to do a double take, and Sam most certainly had that. But this was completely different. Samuel Spade possessed an invisible magnet that drew Lilah to him with a force she couldn't explain. His entire presence was comforting and tender, with an assured confidence that was incredibly engaging and intriguing. He shook his head while his eyes remained on her face.
I have no real clues yet, but I spent the day talking to and stalking a lot of people in Amelia's life. I'd like to go over the timeline I've figured out with you. It would be easier in a warm spot with food on the table. You'll feel better if you eat. But no pressure, you can go home if you'd prefer.
No, Lilah shook her head. I want to know what you've learned. And yes, I'm a little bit starving. His lips turned up in an amused grin.
I never knew you could be a little bit starving. It actually makes sense, though.
The expression on Sam's face was also one of relief, as if he'd been worried she might turn down the dinner invitation. What woman would turn down a man like Samuel Spade? Unthinkable. But Lilah tried to play it cool. He steered her to the door.
Let's head straight from here. Going back to my office to discuss would be just a little depressing, even if it's clean.
Your new office just needs some cozy cushions and a few more pretty plants, Lilah said, trying not to grin.
You're right. Maybe I should hire a decorator. But I never added a decorating allowance to the bank loan's business plan.
It's not something I would have thought of either. Just wait for one of those big home stores to have a sale and grab some stuff, Lilah advised, her smile broadening. Maybe some framed prints, too, and more comfortable chairs, not plastic folding ones. He nodded slowly.
Definitely. So, do you like Italian?
Lilah quirked her chin. As in Italian decor? He gave a low chuckle.
Nope. As in food. I know a great cafe with homemade lasagna and cannoli.
I adore anything Italian.
That's nice to hear,
Sam told her, his grin widening.
It's a traditional love for me. My family is Italian.
Okay, you set me up, she burst out. What would you have done if I'd said I hated Italian?
I would have said you had to go home and eat a PBJ sandwich, but your face was worth it.
PBJs? Hey, I lived on those during college.
Me too. We'll have a picnic when the weather gets better and we can indulge our jam fantasies.
You make that sound illicit, sir, Lilah teased in return.
Never. Jam is a staple in my personal food pantry. Now, before we both keel over from starvation, let's get out of here.
Sam stuck the camera he'd been snapping pictures of Amelia's apartment with into a black bag. When he opened it, Lilah spotted a binder and other office paraphernalia inside, plus a box she didn't recognize. What's that?
The fingerprint dusting kit. Need to still get that task done. I got sidetracked a little bit.
How so?
You are just a tiny bit distracting,
he admitted, giving her one of his cute grins.
Guess I'll have to ask you to step outside for a bit while I do this. Don't want you to gag on any of the powder or chemicals.
I'll wait in my car. Turn on the engine so I don't freeze.
I apologize. Bad night for sitting in a cold vehicle. You could always sit in my car. The heater works pretty fast. But I don't want to make you uncomfortable. We've only known each other for 2 days.
Lilah held out her hand. Give me your keys as collateral.
You drive a hard bargain, ma'am. That 2013 Altima is worth so much.
We all have to make sacrifices, she quipped. Besides, I have your license and bond number. I know you had to go through a pretty hefty background check to open a business like yours. And then there's your military background. I admit that I've done a bit of research on you, too.
You definitely know more about me than I do about you.
Liar.
Lilah gave him a sideways look, her lips quirking.
I bet you've already finished background checks on the entire Steele family.
He chuckled in a low voice. I guess I should never underestimate a woman who works at the bank and digs into people's financial lives. And yep, the family is the first people to dig into. And they're best friends, Sam added with a quirk of his eyebrow.
Your innuendo isn't lost on me, Mr. Spade. I suppose I'll be fine in your car if you don't mind me cranking up the heater and the radio. Taking one car will be easier than trying to find parking at a restaurant for two vehicles, especially if it's a good Italian restaurant.
He shook his head at her underhanded quip. I do believe you're going to keep me on my toes, Miss Lilah Norwood.
That's the plan, Mr. Samuel Spade, a.k.a. Bogart. 45 minutes later, Sam parked the car in front of the Penny Roma restaurant and helped Lilah out of her seat. Instead of releasing her hand after shutting the door, he kept her hand in his to guide her up the brick walkway and steps. She melted at the warmth of his touch. That large hand holding her so protectively, so romantically, was a piece of perfection. She bit her lips to keep from swooning against him. The restaurant was toasty warm with a gorgeous blazing fire in a large open brick fireplace and snowy white tablecloths. Sam ordered a salad with chunks of tomatoes, arugula, and shaved mozzarella, followed by rigatoni in a fantastic white sauce. While they were waiting for their food, Sam placed his hands on the table and gazed at Lilah from the other side. A flutter stirred in her belly. I can't stand it any longer, she said. Please tell me what you've learned. Also, did you get many prints at Amelia's apartment?
I got a few, but not as many as I'd hoped. Of course, several of them will probably be yours and Erin's from last week, when you were going through the place.
True. The thought was disappointing. Of course, we can rule Amelia's prints out in all of the family. You'll be looking for fingerprints that might pull up some particular criminal in the police or FBI database, right?
Absolutely. We should know that by end of day tomorrow.
Lilah took a sip of water. I'm glad. But it just occurred to me that there could be prints of someone who took her, who isn't in the database.
That's always a possibility in any crime. But it will be interesting to see the locations of where in her apartment and vehicle the fingerprints are found.
You're referring to prints in the living room or kitchen from a friend as compared to prints from the bedroom or bathroom? Somebody more intimate in her life?
After Sam nodded, his expression became serious. Are you and the Steeles prepared for what you might learn about Amelia?
Lilah realized she was holding her breath. We have to be, don't we? We have to find her.
He was silent for a moment. There is also the distinct possibility that Amelia just disappeared on her own for a week.
And scared us all to death.
Yup. It happens, though. People do strange things.
It would be unusual at Christmas time, with her brother's wedding coming up.
Sam nodded. That's also very true.
This situation becomes more surreal every day. The fact that we've got a private detective doing this kind of research on a close friend is hard to take in. Amelia is a loving daughter and a good friend. She'd never miss her own brother's wedding.
Sam put down his fork and cleared his throat. I learned something else that was a bit disturbing. When I was going through police reports of other missing people in the city, I came across an incident of a woman about the same age as Amelia being abducted from Golden Gate Park a few days ago by what looks like a carjacker. Chapter 12. Living Dangerously. Lilah gripped the edge of the restaurant table, trembling with trepidation at Sam's ominous words.
Is there a description of the woman or the carjacker? Or the car?
The description could be Amelia, but it's not completely certain. It was dusk, and the only witness wasn't very reliable. A homeless man who was a bit drunk.
Lilah thought of something else that didn't make sense. But Amelia's car is still in her garage, so it couldn't be a carjacking with her vehicle. Sam nodded slowly.
That's why I'm not holding out much hope that it was her, but we're still looking into it. She might have been forced into a strange vehicle, and the witness was mistaken about that aspect of the incident.
Their first course salads arrived, and Lilah spread her napkin across her lap as her stomach growled, trying not to worry about Amelia all over again.
I heard that,
Sam softly teased her. She made a face at him. I'm so hungry, I honestly don't care if you can hear my stomach.
Hey, mine's doing the same. Let's dig in while I keep talking.
Lilah took small bites of her salad, studying Sam's face while he spoke. His entire persona was distracting, and she had to focus on his words rather than the way his mouth moved or the tenor of his voice or those incredible shoulders.
I interviewed Amelia's coworkers and the other tenants at her apartment, as well as her parents, Erin, and Sean. I've got a pretty firm timeline of last week.
Anticipation shot up Lilah's spine while Sam laid out the last few days of Amelia's life before she dropped off the face of the earth.
Her brother last spoke to her on the previous Thursday, a week before she played hooky from her job. It was in the morning on his way to work, verifying that Amelia had mailed the stack of wedding invitations to their extended family, which they had all done as a group the week before while at her parents' home. Addressing and stamping, that sort of thing.
Lilah nodded, watching him closely.
Erin's last text message to Amelia was Wednesday afternoon, the night before we lost sight of her, to ask if she could go shopping for a wedding outfit on Saturday. They made no definitive plans, and all other texts and calls went unanswered.
Lilah chewed on her lip, then took a tiny sip of ice water.
The last time any tenant at the apartment house saw her was a few days before on Tuesday. Someone else noticed that she'd come home from work when her car pulled into the garage. The next-door neighbor heard the front door open and shut, but nothing since. Amelia's boss, Brad Williams, last saw her on Thursday when she left work at the end of the day. Amelia did not show up to work the following day or any day since. So that all lines up, Sam finalized. From that point on, nobody in her family has received a message from Amelia since before this past weekend.
That's correct.
When was the last time you saw her or spoke to her?
It was about 3 weeks ago when we had lunch on a Saturday. We usually go to lunch together every month or so.
Did she act unusual in any way, whether in her manners or dress or tone?
Lilah shook her head. It was all completely normal. Nothing unusual at all. We've known each other pretty well after being roommates for so many years. I would have noticed if she was nervous or evasive.
Sam nodded, jotting down a note on a card. That's what I needed to know. A couple of her coworkers also said the same thing. She was completely herself the last few days before she disappeared.
Wouldn't that rule out that she was planning to run away or disappear on her own?
It looks that way, but I can never rule out anything completely.
That's true, Lilah whispered. A moment later, their waiter arrived with their entrees, and her eyes widened. Wow, this is gorgeous.
Sam grinned at her. I love a woman who isn't afraid to eat good food.
Lilah took a bite and closed her eyes in sweet pleasure. This is superb, and I'm not 20 years old any longer. Turning 30 changes your life. After a bad marriage, I try not to worry about superficial stuff like eating a good meal or dieting needlessly. In the end, it's silly.
Sam spoke gently. I'm sorry you had a bad experience with marriage. I've always liked to think that most people have good marriages, like my parents. The kind I want to have someday. But perhaps when it comes to that, I'm a little naive.
Lilah set down her fork. I should amend that. I don't want you to get the wrong impression. or think I'm being evasive." She paused, hating to say the words. They were words she pretended didn't exist. But there was no escaping the fact that Richard Worley had been an important part of her life. Her husband. Sam studied her, his head cocked, questions in his eyes. But he wasn't prying, and Lilah appreciated that. Softly, she confessed, "The reason I'm no longer married is because he cheated on me and then left. After just 2 years of marriage, when I thought we were still in our honeymoon phase."
Wow. That's even worse.
Her throat closed for a moment. Then Lilah forged forward. Better to get it all out now and let the chips fall where they may. "I've questioned everything 10,000 times. How could I not have seen it? Why was I so stupid?"
Not seeing any signs has nothing to do with what he did to you, Lilah. He's the one at fault. 100%. Obviously, he was very talented at deception, and you got the brunt of it.
Grabbing at her napkin, Lilah desperately blinked away the sudden tears.
"I'm sorry he was so horrible that he can still make you cry. Is there anything I can do?"
Lilah waved a hand to keep Sam from continuing, and then she laughed at herself. "I'm not crying over him. Are you kidding? He's not worth it. I'm teary-eyed because of you. You're so empathetic, so kind, and, well, kind of amazing, actually, Mr. Samuel Spade."
"I think you're pretty wonderful yourself, Lilah, as well as a truly beautiful person. Gorgeous, in fact,"
he added with a smile. She lifted an eyebrow, bowled over by what Sam had just said. "I've never been accused of being gorgeous. Richard used to complain about my hair, or my clothes, or my cooking, or, well, pretty much anything, like an unspoken rule that I could never figure out."
"I'd say there's something wrong about this ex-husband. He must be blind."
"I think he wanted a bimbo. He has her now, and I hope she drives him out of his ever-loving mind." Sam let out a belly laugh and gave Lilah an approving look.
"That's the spirit."
"I've spent the last 2 years trying to wipe him out of my mind, and I think I finally succeeded. I'm free. I stopped feeling sorry for myself and started to live my life again. We only have one, right? The marriage falling apart was his fault, not mine, but—" Lilah paused. "I hope you don't think differently about me. Men at work or parties or barbecues often look at me, wondering what I did wrong, wondering if I'm a witch to live with."
"I don't base my conclusions on other people's opinions. We've all had bad relationships. Getting married right out of college can often lead to unexpected situations."
"Thank you for that, Sam. But let's not talk about me anymore. I wasn't planning on bringing that up. I try to forget about it most of the time."
Actually, I'm glad it did come up. That man betrayed you in the most damaging way a husband could, and I'm sure your self-worth took a huge hit. I think you're pretty amazing."
Sam reached out to take her hand. Before Lilah knew what was happening, he gently lifted her hand to kiss the back of her fingers. Her heart went into overdrive, hammering against her ribs like she'd just run a 100-yard dash. Lilah agreed. Sam Spade was amazing in 100 different ways, and more in comparison to her ex-husband. They stared at each other from across the table, and then Sam smiled.
"Eat your dinner. We have to get back to work."
"Gladly," Lilah said, taking another bite of her rigatoni and sausage. "But I can see from your notes that you have lots more to tell me about your investigation." He nodded, lifting his water glass.
"When I spoke with Erin, she'd received the okay from her department at the FBI regional office to order records from airlines and trains to search for Amelia's name on passenger lists from last Friday on through today. We can also look through airport security films to see if facial recognition software pings anybody that looks like her.
What about taxi and Uber companies?
I've got another man, an assistant who was with me in Iraq that specialized in procuring and analyzing data. He's doing the San Francisco BART, taxis, Ubers, buses, all public transportation. It will take some time, of course.
That's a staggering amount of data to go through.
I don't hold out much hope to find Amelia through it. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. But while he's doing that, I'm working on identifying the fingerprints from her apartment, running diagnostics on her personal computer, and getting a warrant from the phone company to get information about the last 90 days of phone calls from her personal cell. Those 3 areas give us the best clues in finding someone who has disappeared.
What about her bank records? Deposits, purchases, cash withdrawals, credit card records?
He gave her a slow, teasing grin. I'm going to start calling you Miss Marple, the famous small-town English detective.
Hey, I'm not 80 years old.
Thank goodness for that. I can still flirt with you.
Are you flirting with me?
At the moment, I think it might be called business flirting.
Ah, I like that, Lilah said softly, completely aware of how his fingers brushed against hers on the tablecloth.
I also like that you and I are on the same wavelength, Sam said. Since we now have an official missing persons police report and they've issued an all-points bulletin on her, we can more easily obtain warrants to get into all of her accounts. Those will show us a lot about Amelia's movements over the past month.
My stomach is jumping with anxiety, but also hope. Things are moving fast. I'm so glad. I think I chose the right detective agency. I knew it as soon as I saw the name of your business.
I think you're a smart woman, Lilah. Good instincts.
Are you patronizing me or still flirting right now, Mr. Spade?
Definitely flirting. And giving you a straight-up honest-to-goodness compliment. You impress me, in more ways than one. Probably 100 or so already. And we barely know each other.
Sam's deep blue eyes were latched onto hers, and a fizzy feeling wound its way through every nerve of Lilah's body. Her pulse pounded 100 miles an hour while she daydreamed about running her fingers through his thick, dark hair. She was about to jump out of her skin with the thrill of his closeness. Impetuously, she asked, "This is kind of an out-of-the-blue question, but would you like to be my date at Sean Steele's wedding next week?"
His smile broadened. I'd love to. Thought you'd never ask.
Strictly business, of course, with maybe a little bit of flirting.
Shall we draw up a contract with specific terms?
I don't think that will be necessary. I'm fairly well versed in our terms already.
How shall we seal our little deal? He teased, lifting an eyebrow.
She tisked her tongue. Now you're getting dangerous, Sam Spade.
I like living dangerously.
You're tempting me beyond my capability to resist. I call a temporary truce. Until we meet again.
Deal. Let's shake on it.
Lilah reached out, and Sam shook her hand. They were both trying not to burst into laughter as they stared at each other and solemnly shook hands to seal their deal. Then, Sam kissed the back of Lilah's hand for the second time that evening and called their waiter for the check. Chapter 13. Late Night Work. Sam unlocked the front door to his house, tossed the keys onto the kitchen table, then fed Bella her evening meal, freshening her water bowl as well. While his pet wolfed down her food, Sam sank into the overstuffed chair in his living room and stared into space. A few moments later, Bella bumped her head against his knee for attention. Absent-mindedly, he rubbed her head while she gazed at him with a funny expression, as though his pet could read his mind. He gave Bella a half-smile.
"We'll go out for a walk in a bit,"
he murmured, his mind working overtime. Missing persons cases were the hardest because they were so fraught with emotion and grief, and he'd become emotionally involved in Amelia Steele's case very quickly. All because of Lilah Norwood. She was extraordinary, beautiful, sweet-tempered, sexy, and intelligent. Plus, funny without even trying, which she didn't even seem to be aware of about herself. It was obvious that the ex-husband had done a number on her self-confidence, and now her best friend was missing. So many things didn't add up. Why was Amelia's apartment so immaculate and tidy? He didn't know anybody in the world that didn't live without some clutter, whether it was stacked up mail or magazines or collectibles. He supposed it was possible that the woman was just a clean freak and OCD. Seeing her car sitting in the garage had to have been a gut punch to her sister Erin. It didn't make sense. Well, it made perfect sense if his mind went to the worst scenario, that Amelia was kidnapped, taken while she was out for a walk or went to the corner market, which he'd noticed existed within easy walking distance from the apartment house she lived in. Or Amelia had been lured into another vehicle, someone she knew, or a stranger. She could have also taken a bus downtown to a location like Golden Gate Park, not wanting the hassle of parking, and was abducted after dark when the place was practically deserted in winter, except for the occasional jogger. Other than the carjacking incident report he'd found at police headquarters, there were no other recent police reports of harassment or stalkers in the city, or reports from a potential bystander who might have heard screams or cries for help. Those kinds of scenarios were the worst for police and investigators. A cunning criminal who might have been stalking Amelia for weeks or months without her knowing it, and then choosing the perfect opportunity to snatch her. That moment when she was alone and vulnerable and there were no witnesses. It had to have happened at a location other than her apartment, since there were no signs of a forced entry or a struggle. A feisty woman like Amelia would have made noise, screamed, and tried to fight and attack her off. Sam had already put out a request to her physician to see if she was on any kind of medications, but there was nothing in her apartment or her clean work record to suggest she was taking illicit drugs, which might send her to a rough part of town to meet up with drug dealers to purchase them. Her medicine cabinet in the kitchen held nothing but vitamins and aspirin, an old prescription for an antibiotic from a year ago for something like strep throat. The only time these kinds of situations came up with a normal, hard-working, and conscientious person was a crime of lust or a psychotic person who eventually killed their prey. And weeks or months or years down the road, the person's body was found in the woods or desert, dumped by a maniac. Horrific scenarios he didn't like to dwell on, but he had to face the fact that without any clues, Amelia could very well have disappeared just like that. Sam jotted down another avenue to research. Records of a convicted predator that had recently been paroled, who might live within the vicinity of Amelia's residence. This was an avenue he would pursue privately. No need to tell the family. He was sure that Lilah was already thinking it, worrying about it, but he didn't want to worry her or Amelia's family needlessly. Sam planned to be as thorough as possible and keep in touch with his friends at the precinct so that they'd send him potential possibilities. Rising from his chair, he ran his fingers through his hair and rubbed the back of his neck. He got a glass of water and leaned against the sink for a moment before taking his files into his home office. Sitting down at the computer, he checked emails from the precinct, including the search warrants he'd applied for. He hoped they'd be in tomorrow. He wanted to give the Steele family something concrete, avenues of pursuit that would turn something up. Sam had a fierce need to help her and the Steele family. He was going to solve this case if it killed him. When he glanced into the fridge for a snack, he shook his head, remembering that he'd had a fantastic dinner with Lilah and wasn't actually hungry. He was just roaming, thinking the case through. But his thoughts kept touching on Lilah over and over again. Sam had been attracted to her from the moment they met. Her sweet smile tugged at his heart. He loved that she got the play on words when naming his agency. She conjured up all the memories of watching old movies as a kid with his granny. He wanted to know more about her, to talk movies and make jokes and compare notes, to go watch old films at the historical theater downtown, to snuggle on the couch and share popcorn, walk their dogs, drive up the coast and hike the beaches. And, he had to admit, he wanted to protect Lilah from her ex-husband and the pain the jerk had inflicted on her. He had a sense that the guy probably poked at her occasionally, like showing up at places he knew she'd be, just to make her jealous, or to feel superior.
Yup,
he said aloud to Bella, curled up on the floor at his feet.
I'm falling for her fast. A client, of all people. I'd better solve this case so I can officially ask her out.
Tonight had been the perfect opportunity to take her to dinner and talk about the case. But if he tried it again, she'd see right through it. One thing was certain. He hadn't been able to get Lilah out of his mind for a single second the past 2 days. Was she interested? She seemed to be. But there was a part of her that was hesitant and worried, not wanting to make another relationship mistake. She obviously didn't trust herself yet. His heart kicked up a notch every time he saw her. Yup, he was in trouble. But she wasn't the only one with a damaged heart. Not when he'd been left at the altar 5 years ago himself, while on some very hard-to-get military leave for 6 weeks. Their wedding and honeymoon already planned and paid for. But he'd been over Maggie for a long time now, even though he'd sealed off his heart and emotions for years. He'd also come to realize that his ex-fiancé had used him and taken advantage of his need to do anything for her. But time, and years, continued to march forward. There were days when he passed by the park and watched dads playing with their kids, or soccer fields filled with shrieking happy kids running back and forth on the grass, that he yearned to have in his life. He wanted somebody to be on the same emotional field as he was, someone he could truly make a new life with, to share their dreams, their lives, marriage and a family. Could that woman possibly be Lilah? In the last 5 years, he hadn't even entertained the thought about anyone else, not even close. What was it about Lilah Norwood that set his heart racing? There were inklings, but it was also very early. He had to be careful not to scare her and not to move too fast.
Play it cool, Spade,
he muttered. At the sound of his voice, Bella lifted her head from the top of his shoes where she was lying. She often tried to get up on the couch onto his lap, but she was so enormous it just made him laugh that she thought she could be a lapdog.
You're a good girl,
he told her, rubbing her head and leaning down to give her thick neck a hug. Bella licked his cheek and let out a long, funny sigh, then laid back down, her eyes half closed. After closing his laptop and filling another notebook page with ideas and avenues of research, Sam took Bella for a quick walk around the block, then returned home, exhaustion hitting him hard. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, reliving all those moments when Lilah had gazed at him with her emerald green eyes, and the smile that lit up her face when they locked with his own, or when they shared a little joke. The woman was gorgeous and svelte and quirky. He wanted to kiss her so bad he could practically taste it. But he wouldn't. He wouldn't make the mistake of going too fast and scaring her off. Moments later, Sam punched his pillow, turned off the bedside lamp, and tried to fall asleep, while Bella snored on the floor beside him. Chapter 14. An Anonymous Letter. The next night, Lilah's eyelids were drooping, and she realized that she was falling asleep in front of the TV while reliving her dinner with Samuel Spade. She couldn't stop thinking about him and those personal, tender moments they had shared. His deep blue eyes were a magnet to her own, and those very romantic kisses along the knuckles of her fingers were enough to make her fall straight back onto the couch, which she had done earlier and had never bothered to get up again. She really needed to go to bed and catch up on some sleep, while at the same time, she was trying not to find an excuse to call Mr. Samuel Spade, that dang hot man. They hadn't spoken since the dinner, and Lilah knew he was busy working on Amelia's phone records, diagnosing her computer and the fingerprints from her apartment. But goodness, she really wanted to hear that deep, beautiful voice of his again. How could she be suffering withdrawals from a man she had only met a few days ago? It was a little crazy, but it was also true. "Okay, I gotta drag myself to that bedroom over there, Miss Mabel," she said to her little dog, eyes burning from fatigue. "Turning the TV off now. I'm sorry if you were really into that sitcom, but that's life, eh, girl?" She gave a small laugh and tried to rouse herself into a sitting position when her cell phone suddenly rang, bringing her out of her stupor in a flash. When she sat upright so quickly, she startled Miss Mabel, who gave a tiny bark and a growl of discomfort, then padded across the room to finish licking her food bowl clean. Lilah quickly punched at the phone to connect the call. "Hello?" There was a moment of complete silence, and then the sound of soft weeping filled the line. "Who is this?" Lilah asked, adrenaline racing. Then she recognized the voice, and her heart dropped. "Erin? Is this you? Erin, what's happened? Tell me, honey." It was obvious the Steele family had received bad news. In her mind, she was screaming with the fear that they had found Amelia, that her dear friend was hurt or dead. "No, no, no. Lilah," Erin blurted out, tears overcoming her again. "I'm sorry to be such a mess. We're all a wreck over here." Lilah clutched a hand to her throat. "What's happened? Please tell me." "The police were just here. I'm at my parents' house. They received an anonymous letter." "An anonymous letter?" A roaring sound filled Lilah's ears. Erin's voice was strained as she attempted to gain control of herself. "The note is unsigned and cut and pasted from newspapers, but someone says that they have Amelia, and they want $100,000 in ransom to get her back." Cold chills ran down Lilah's spine, and she fell back against the couch, feeling ill in her stomach and heart. Their worst fears were coming true. Amelia had been kidnapped by some madman or pervert. Erin sucked in a shaky breath. "Did you see the local news tonight?" "No. I worked late to catch up on some loans, and then I came home and crashed on the couch, Why? Amelia's disappearance was leaked to the press. Of course, reporters are always in touch with the local police departments and often listen to the police scanners. They ran a story about how a pretty and popular local woman disappeared and hadn't been seen in 8 days, adding that there was currently no clues and the family was offering a reward, except that we're offering nothing close to $100,000, which is what has been demanded. My parents set up a fund with the police to offer $10,000 for any clues that lead us to Amelia. So whoever this person is saw the news and decided to demand a ransom 10 times over? Lilah asked, swallowing past her dry throat. Yes, it appears that way. How are your parents? I'm sure they're beside themselves. To learn that somebody really did kidnap her and is holding her somewhere. Oh, Erin, I'll come over right away. It's late, Erin protested weakly. Please, just go to bed. I just needed to call you and let you know the newest horror. You've been so great in helping us and taking time off work, too. This is the stuff of nightmares. I am so very sorry it's come to this. But we know that she's still alive and in San Francisco, right? Even if a madman has her, there's still hope. My mind is going a million different directions, wondering if he's hurt her. Will you please let the private detective know about this new development? My parents are too distraught to call him themselves, and you've been our contact person. A rise of emotions filled Lilah's throat, and tears began to leak from the corners of her eyes. Of course. I'll do anything. Just tell me any time of day or night. Erin went on. The police detective who was here an hour ago said that the MO on the anonymous letter reminded them of someone who abducted another woman in the past and got out of prison a few months ago. He's on parole with an ankle bracelet monitor. That's a positive lead. I hope they can get him to talk and figure out where he's keeping Amelia. They said they would keep us apprised, and they have sternly warned us not to attempt to contact him ourselves or give him any money. Did the suspect give the authorities any contact information? Lilah asked next. Yes, a phone number, but the police say it's some kind of burner phone that's difficult to trace, although they're working on it. Softly, Lilah said, I'll be praying they find him, and Amelia soon, and I'll give this update to Mr. Spade right away. It sounded funny in her ears to call him Mr. Spade, when Lilah was used to calling him Sam when they were together. And Sam in her mind, of course. Lilah was so exhausted she fell into bed after hanging up with Erin, and yet she ended up tossing and turning until 2 a.m. Her brain would not shut off. Frightening and chilling thoughts tumbled over and over again. She tried not to picture what horrors Amelia might be enduring being held in bondage, or worse. Despite her efforts to stop the runaway scenarios running through her brain, Lilah still couldn't sleep. So she finally took a sleeping pill, hoping she'd be coherent in the morning. Of course, she forgot to set her alarm, so it was her ringing cell phone that finally dragged her out of a deep sleep. Lilah jerked awake, swimming up from sleep like she was drugged. When she glanced at her bedside table clock, it was after 7:30 already. Her heart began to pound. She was late for work. Sam's name appeared on the screen of her phone, and she quickly punched the talk button. Sam, she said before he could speak, have you heard about Amelia and the ransom note? Yes, I have, he said. His voice so soothing and matter-of-fact, Lilah immediately felt reassured. Sam went on, I spent a few hours last night at the precinct after the letter arrived, and the captain called me. He wanted an update on my investigation, and I wanted his. Mutual cooperation, which doesn't always happen between law enforcement and private investigators. Do we know anything about the guy on parole that they're looking into? They're speaking with his parole officer now and getting a warrant to make a surprise visit, and I have some other news I need to tell you about, but I'd like to talk with you in person first before I go over to the precinct. Lilah's heart stuttered in her chest, and she prepared herself for the worst. But when she spoke again, her voice wavered. Okay, but every time you say that, I get horribly nervous.
Please don't be. It's nothing horrible. Just more information, and I kind of hope you like talking to me, Lilah.
Oh my, the way he said her name.
Goosebumps broke out on her arms.
I do. I just hate the detective stuff. It's like walking on eggshells all the time, waiting for the worst to drop.
I completely understand, and it's totally normal, but I'm sure you're feeling off-kilter and terrified all the time.
You're exactly right, Lilah said softly.
Do you mind meeting me for breakfast and we can talk in person? I hate to do this by phone, and I'll catch you up on everything, I promise.
Breakfast. Wow. That was unexpected and very, very nice. Lilah glanced at the clock and bit her lips. Her boss was not going to like her coming in late again. Then she remembered with a sudden start of surprise and dismay and melancholy that it was Christmas Eve. She could take a half-day off and spend the morning with Sam Spade. A lump formed in her throat. How was it possible that Christmas was already here? The most wondrous family holiday of the year was staring the Steeles in the face, and their daughter was missing. What a horrible thing to go through right now.
Lilah, are you still there?
Sam's voice spoke through the receiver. Yes, so sorry. Just getting teary-eyed all over again thinking about the Steeles. Erin was quite upset last night when she called me about midnight.
The situation is really tough stuff. But perhaps now we have a chance to find her after this news, despite how terrifying it is.
Very true, Lilah whispered. Let me call my manager and tell him I'll be late. And get dressed.
Sleeping in, huh?
He teased. Let me tell you, buddy, last night was more than tough. I think I only slept about 3 hours.
I know. Me too. I just couldn't resist teasing you. How's Miss Mabel?
He added. It was sweet of Sam to ask about her dog. Well, she's pacing the floor a lot, following me around the apartment. She knows I'm upset, but doesn't know why, of course. I talk to her and she sleeps on the bed with me, but can she really understand?
I think dogs understand much more than we realize. Whenever I get sick, Bella stays right there, never leaving my side. Her eyes and feet follow me around my house.
That's so true about pets, isn't it? Lilah agreed. Okay, where should I meet you?
I'll pick you up, if you don't mind, that is.
Okay. Lilah gave a little laugh. But if I don't have my own vehicle, are you going to drop me off at work and then pick me up again? His deep chuckle sent those tantalizing chills up and down her spine all over again.
Thought you'd never ask, Miss Norwood.
Okay, you got me there, Mr. Spade. How can I say no to your kind offer now? If you're sure you can spare the time.
I can spare the time. After all, it's Christmas weekend.
Do private investigators take the holidays off?
Only if I don't have a current case. But this is also my first Christmas with my own agency, and this is one case I would not let vacation time interfere with.
Thank you, Lilah whispered.
I'll see you in about 45 minutes. I think it will take me almost that long to get across town in morning commute traffic.
After hanging up the phone, Lilah tugged her electric blanket up over her arms again to take off the chill. She had a breakfast date with Samuel Spade. How delicious. Was it a date, or merely an appointment to give her and the Steeles their money's worth? The latter, of course. Even so, it had been such a very long time since Lilah had looked forward to meeting a man for breakfast, and she was dying to know what he had uncovered about Amelia. Lilah finally jumped out of bed, turned up the thermostat, and raced for the shower. Chapter 15. Christmas Eve Breakfast. Sam promptly picked her up 45 minutes later. He even slid out of the driver's seat and ran around the car to open her door. Lilah felt tingles run up her neck. "You are a true gentleman."
Or a skilled valet at a hotel parking lot.
"Seriously?" Sam quirked an eyebrow.
Dead serious. That's what I did to pay my way through freshman year at college, the year before I joined the military.
"You are an enterprising young man."
Sam shook his head, his mouth turning up in a smile. It was probably the only time I will ever get to drive a Ferrari or a Camaro or a Rolls Royce, although the chauffeur for the Rolls insisted on coming with me. Well, to be honest, he drove and I just pointed the way to the covered parking lot where he stayed with the car and guarded it for the next 6 hours. Some diplomatic dinner. Or maybe it was a bunch of Hollywood elites. They're all the same, right?
Lilah threw him a teasing glance. "I'm sure I'd never be able to tell them apart, except I imagine that the diplomats are much more dour with seriously wrinkled foreheads, and the Hollywood royalty are stiff with Botox and have better evening gowns and rhinestone jewelry."
There is that. Those were the days. And here we are now, Millie's breakfast zone.
A few minutes later, they were seated in a corner booth with menus, ice water, and juice. Lilah glanced into Sam's face. At the same moment, his eyes met hers. His face lit up, and they smiled at each other for one long moment. She bit at her lip, feeling that zing in her stomach while she sank into the deep blue ocean of his eyes. "My stomach is in my throat every time I see you," she confessed.
"So is mine,"
he whispered back. A sideways grin slipped across Lilah's face. "Because I'm worried about what you're going to tell me about Amelia's case."
"Oh, it isn't because of my charming self?"
She knew he was giving her a hard time, but she took a chance anyway. "Dare I also admit that there is that too?"
"I'm glad."
He lowered his voice, and Lilah thought she would literally swoon right into his lap.
"You know I feel the same way, don't you?"
Sam reached out to slide a finger along the side of her hand, just as their waitress showed up to take their order. The woman saw the tentative touch of their hands and smiled broadly.
"Do you need another moment?"
Sam straightened.
"Nope, we're good."
"Looks like it," the older woman said, grinning.
"The special today is our Christmas breakfast. The works, bacon, sausage, flapjacks, or waffles, your choice, and an omelet to die for with your choice of meats, veggies, and cheeses. To top it all off, one of our famous big, fat cinnamon rolls."
Lilah sat back, impressed. "That sounds like breakfast, lunch, and dinner combined."
"It's hearty, that's for sure, but it will probably last you until you go out caroling tonight or your family Christmas party." "You're on," Sam said. "Give us the works."
"Don't you dare," Lilah said, stifling a laugh. "I couldn't possibly eat all of that in the next hour. You'll have to roll me out the door."
"I don't mind, I'm pretty strong,"
he said with that mischievous grin he had.
"Besides, it would be fun to try."
Lilah wagged her finger at him. "You are bad, Mr. Samuel Spade." The waitress was trying not to burst into laughter herself.
"So what'll it be?"
she asked, with a saucy twinkle in her eye. I'll take the cinnamon roll to go," Lilah said, studying the menu some more. "And I will attempt to eat the rest of it, in small portions, of course."
"That's the Christmas spirit, ma'am."
The waitress left to place their order with the cook while Lilah shook her head at Sam, her lips twitching. "So now it's the Christmas spirit to eat 2,000 calories for breakfast?"
"I never knew that either,"
Sam said with an expression of solemnity. "Good to know for future reference." He locked eyes with her again, obviously admiring her. A rush of shivers ran up and down her body. What was that? This man, this gorgeous, funny, smart, and good man, did things to her she couldn't begin to explain. Taking a sip of her apple juice, Lilah tried to change gears after all the joking. So, what's going on? I'm worried all over again. Although actually I never stop worrying. Sam leaned his arms on the table, his hands folded in front of him. Those strong hands with the most perfect fingers she'd ever seen were so close to hers. Lilah remembered the feel of her own hand inside his and felt it jump in her stomach. "I know," he said softly. "I do know. Would it help if you went with me to the precinct and we can speak with the chief of police together?" She lifted an eyebrow. "Seriously? You wouldn't mind? He wouldn't mind?" "I've known him a long time. He was glad to know that I had been hired to oversee a private investigation of Amelia's disappearance. Until this disturbing ransom note showed up, he was pulling his hair out, too, trying to figure out where a young woman like Amelia Steele would be. None of the crimes of the past 10 days fit her disappearance in any way." "I'd love to go. It will help me to know what to say to Erin and her family, straight from the police chief's own mouth." "I agree. But the Steele family will also be in attendance." Lilah's eyebrows shot straight up. "Oh, that's good. I'm glad they're coming." She paused, lifting her chin to gaze at him. "What new things have you uncovered? I think that's why you asked me to breakfast this morning, right?" Sam grabbed a file folder from the briefcase he'd brought with him. "You're exactly right. I have reports for you on a few angles that I've been researching." Lilah held her breath, prepared for the worst, but hoping for some kind of a clue, anything. "First are the fingerprints I took at Amelia's apartment. Most of them were, of course, Amelia's." A sudden thought occurred to Lilah. How would you know they're hers if she's never had her fingerprints taken and recorded in the past? She doesn't have a criminal history of any kind. "That's what I thought at first, too. But we contacted her employer, and it turns out she was fingerprinted when she was hired at Diamond Tech. There are occasionally sensitive projects they work on, including government contracts, so that made sense, because she had to get a security clearance. Of course, Amelia's prints were everywhere, as to be expected, but now we could identify them definitively. Since you and the Steeles offered to get fingerprinted, we found yours and Erin's there as well, fresh from the previous few days. On doorknobs, kitchen cupboards, that sort of thing. Mine were there too, of course. There were many older smudged prints that we couldn't identify, but nothing new or unusual that signified an unknown identity in the past month. Which means a stranger wasn't recently in her apartment." "Exactly." Sam paused. "Amelia lived alone. Did she ever throw parties at her place?" "Not that I can recall. If we saw friends, it was usually at other locations, their homes or restaurants or at the movies. She had a fairly small apartment, so that made sense." "That's in line with what we were able to identify. Next is her computer. Only her prints were found on the computer, but not very many, like we'd usually find. For instance, on an iPad or touchscreen computer where people touch it constantly while clicking apps and scrolling the screen, there are usually dozens of prints, one on top of the other, that sort of thing." Lilah frowned, thinking. That does make sense now that you say it. She did like things clean, as you can tell from the apartment. I remember a habit she had of wiping down the computer with one of those screen cloths and screen cleaner sprays. Then she could see the screen more clearly. Sam nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense with what we know about her, too. Okay, now her phone. We got a warrant for her phone records." Lilah let out a slow breath. "What did you find?" "I had a phone expert go over the records with me. I think I have eye strain now." Sam added with a small laugh.
We made a master list and matched the numbers with the people in Amelia's circle. The front desk at Diamond Tech, her manager, coworkers, her family, friends, neighbors. Then we did reverse searches on the unknown numbers.
Lilah clenched her fist. And?
The unknown numbers were from the local deli, grocery store, dry cleaners, auto repairs, her dentist, doctor, the usual normal people and places. We did find 2 other numbers from a few months ago, and I personally called them because a search didn't bring up anything. They were disconnected numbers that don't belong to any person or place of business at this time, and
Sam took a breath.
That is it.
No secret boyfriend? No hotels or car rentals or airline flights?
None. Not that she's never traveled or had a vacation, but not with her current phone number.
Now that I think about it, she had a different number in college. But once we came back from UC San Diego to the Bay Area, we both got new phones and local area code numbers. That's been at least 7 or 8 years ago, so the old phone wouldn't have any fresh leads.
That's what I figured as well. I'm really sorry it didn't turn up any leads. I was sure hoping for something. Anything.
I don't know whether to be disappointed or relieved.
Exactly my own thoughts. The whereabouts of Amelia is completely puzzling. And if she left town, why was her phone and laptop left in her apartment, and her car in the garage?
Sudden tears filled Lilah's eyes. That's not normal. It doesn't make any sense. I'm more worried than ever, actually. Sam pressed his lips together.
I've never been involved with a case that didn't have a single clue that led me to the next clue, and then the next clue, and then some kind of solution.
Lilah saw her own pain reflected in Sam's eyes and found herself reaching for his hand. She squeezed it, and he held on tightly. This man truly cared about Amelia and her family. Yes, he was professional and proficient when it came to all the various components of Amelia's life, the investigation and the search warrants. But Sam also had a big heart full of compassion.
I telephoned Amelia's parents last night when I got home to update them on all the moving parts of this investigation.
Sam went on quietly.
They're wonderful people who are hurting deeply. I mean, of course they are. If it was my child, I'd be frantic and tearing the city apart. They've been busy putting up signs around the city, especially at their daughter's favorite spots and restaurants, and they're currently organizing search parties to go into some of the deeper parts of the parks and hills, as well as the local beaches.
Erin told me some of this the other day, Lilah said softly, even as she was hyper-aware of the powerful sensation of holding hands with Sam. Her family is pretty darn wonderful. And it's right in the middle of the Christmas season and their son's wedding next week. I cannot imagine the stress they're going through. At that moment, the waitress showed up with multiple plates of food. She efficiently and beautifully laid it all out on the red Christmas tablecloth. It looks fabulous, Lilah said. But I think I just lost my appetite.
Sam gently smiled at her. Try to eat something. You'll feel better. And leftovers are always good. I live on them most of the time.
Leftover cooking?
Nope. Leftover takeout.
30 minutes later, after eating much of the beautiful holiday breakfast, Sam reached across the table to touch Lilah's wrist.
We should probably get down to the precinct headquarters.
Lilah nodded. I don't think I can stuff any more of this food down, but it was definitely delicious. The waitress boxed it all up for them and even tied it with a red and green ribbon.
See?
Sam joked while they grabbed their coats and headed to his car.
Takeout leftovers. To die for.
I think that was the best breakfast I've ever had in my life, and the gigantic cinnamon roll will be more than enough for lunch today and, well, probably dinner too. On the way to meet up with the police chief, Lilah called her bank manager to tell him that she had a family crisis and would be taking the entire day off, not just a half day. He assured her that it was a quiet day, wished her Merry Christmas, and said that he'd see her on Monday. When she relayed the news to Sam, he said,
"That must be a relief. Maybe we could spend the entire day together."
His voice trailed off suggestively, and Lilah smiled up at him. "You're on, Mr. Spade. What shall we do? I'm usually frantically shopping or wrapping presents on Christmas Eve, but I already shipped gifts off to my brother Benjamin. He's in Los Angeles for grad school, and my mother is in Arizona visiting her sister, enjoying much better December weather than we are."
"You're not spending Christmas with them?"
"I usually do. At least, since a certain person left my life," she added awkwardly. "But when Amelia disappeared, I decided to stay here. And Sean's wedding is next week, and I would never miss that." Sam started the engine, and they drove down the hill to the next light. "You're going to be my date for Sean's wedding still, right?" she asked. He gave her a gentle smile.
"I wouldn't miss it for the world."
Sam turned up the heat in the car, and Lilah's toes began to warm while she gazed at the holiday decorations on each street corner, including the hanging wreaths and lights on the lampposts. It was Christmas Eve, her favorite holiday of the year. But her entire life, and even the world around her, had taken on a surreal appearance and a strange, dark mood. What information would the police chief have for them, and how was that going to change Amelia's case? Chapter 16. Police Precinct Meeting. 20 minutes later, Sam pulled along the curb of the police station, the only available parking spot, and turned off the engine, jumping out to open Lilah's door. Shoving her hands into the pockets of her coat, she walked briskly next to Sam into the police precinct, her stomach in her throat, her brain buzzing with a mix of dread and worry. Erin and her parents were already there, faces white and pinched, exhaustion in every fiber of their body language. Lilah embraced each of them and squeezed Mrs. Steele's cold hands. "Your hands are warm, my dear," Alice told her, a brief smile quivering on her lips. "Thank you for your help. Thank you for everything you're doing to find Amelia." Mr. Steele didn't say much of anything, his face grim.
"What a way to spend Christmas Eve, eh?"
was all he could say, despite putting a brief arm around Lilah's shoulders. She tried to whisper, "I'm so sorry," but her voice didn't seem to work very well, and she was terrified that she'd burst into tears. A uniformed officer led them into a room off the main precinct lobby where the front desk bustled with officers, phones ringing like crazy. Another pair of law enforcement officers walked in with a man in handcuffs, taking him down a hallway for booking.
"The chief will be in with you shortly,"
the officer said, arranging chairs for them to sit down. But the seats remained empty, as everyone stayed standing and stoic. The nervous energy in the room was intense and palpable. When the door closed, Sam took Lilah's fingers in his for a moment, his eyes meeting hers.
"Whatever we learn, we'll be one step closer to knowing the truth about Amelia. We just want her back home safe and sound, as soon as possible,"
Mr. Steele said gruffly. They didn't have long to wait. About 10 minutes later, another uniformed officer opened the door to allow a second officer inside. He was an older man with a neatly trimmed gray mustache and a sober expression on his face, as well as a big man standing erect in his dark blue uniform and greeting each person individually, introducing himself as Captain Fields while shaking everyone's hand and repeating their name. Erin sidled closer to Lilah, clutching her arm while Lilah tried to give her a reassuring look.
Thanks for coming in. I could have telephoned you, Mr. Steele, but I thought it was important to meet in person with your entire family, including Mr. Spade, the private investigator.
Alice Steele made a murmuring sound and slipped her hand through her husband's elbow to steady herself.
As you all know,
Captain Fields said,
we received an anonymous letter confessing to kidnapping Amelia. At first, we had our reservations about the validity of the letter. It was suspiciously similar to another criminal we apprehended several years ago for an attempt at kidnapping.
"That's frightening," Erin whispered in a hoarse voice. Captain Fields continued,
We think that he must have seen the flyers about Amelia and wanted to try to get some fast cash and leave the state. Our suspect is a man that was paroled 6 months ago with an ankle monitor. We've interviewed him as well as his parole officer. The monitor did not show any unusual activity or locations he was not supposed to be in. But one of the spots was within a mile of Amelia's residence. Of course, we had to dig into that further, since he could have abducted her while she was away from her home.
Next to Lilah, Erin let out a long, slow breath. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Mrs. Steele reach out with her free hand to take her daughter's fingers in a tight grip. The woman's face was grim, her eyes red and puffy.
We've watched hundreds of hours of footage from surveillance cameras of the retail stores and businesses within the 1-mile radius of Amelia Steele's apartment. None of that footage turned up any suspicious activity that showed Amelia or any other potential female victim. Then we learned that our suspect had rented a storage unit about a month ago, without his parole officer's approval or awareness.
Alice Steele let out a shocked gasp and buried her face in her husband's shoulder. He patted her arm, his face turning even grayer, his lips set in a thin, bleak line.
We conducted a 5-man raid early this morning on the suspect's residence as well as the storage unit. I'm happy to tell you that we found no evidence that Amelia had been held in his apartment or the storage unit. No fingerprints, clothing, or DNA evidence. What we did find at his apartment was evidence of him creating the anonymous letter. The results were so conclusive he finally confessed. The man has been rearrested and is currently in the county jail without bail for perpetrating the letter hoax as well as violating his parole. He will appear before a judge at the district attorney next week. We're confident he'll be returned to prison.
Sam cleared his throat.
What about evidence of potential accomplices? That's a very good question,
Captain Fields said, his eyes flicking over the group.
There are cameras outside his apartment, and as I mentioned, we can track his whereabouts at any given moment with the ankle bracelet. In the past several weeks, he hasn't been seen with any other suspicious persons or other previously convicted or paroled criminals. His phone is also monitored, so we have confidence that he had nothing to do with Amelia Steele's disappearance.
Do you have any other clues? Erin asked. Where do we go from here? What is law enforcement's plan? Captain Fields nodded at her.
Miss Steele, we have appreciated very much the help you've been able to provide local law enforcement from the FBI field office here in San Francisco.
Erin nodded, her face impassive, even as her fingers turned white around her mother's hand.
As you know, we've been running diagnostics on your sister's phone, her personal computer, including facial recognition software from cameras in the local airports, the ports, the malls, BART trains, city buses, and other public arenas. Nothing has turned up, but we'll continue to do so in case Amelia is still in California somewhere and her kidnapper tries to sneak her out of the state or the country.
Lilah tried not to groan with the frustration of no new clues or leads after so much police and investigative work.
We're leaving the investigation open for at least another 3 months, Captain Fields went on. I also have a team that will be going through the camera data from the local parks and zoos and other similar locations.
It's Christmas tomorrow, Alice Steele said, her voice trembling. In the end, We know nothing yet."
"I apologize, ma'am,"
Captain Field said.
"We're working as hard and as fast as we possibly can."
Erin put an arm around her mother, whispering something that Lilah couldn't hear. They would most likely go home and discuss everything more thoroughly together. Watching them made Lilah's heart hurt, as if a knife was stabbing her chest. The entire situation was unreal. It was hard to wrap her mind around the horror of it all. They were no closer to finding Amelia than they were 9 days earlier, the last time anyone had contact with her. Chapter 17. The Wedding. On Christmas Day, exhaustion took over, and Lilah stayed in bed all morning. She tossed and turned, trying to sleep and recover from the debilitating fatigue of the past week, but the exhaustion wasn't going away anytime soon. She finally gave up and crawled out of bed to take Miss Mabel for a walk. The neighborhoods were extremely quiet. Every family inside their homes unwrapping Christmas or away visiting other family and friends. The quiet and lonely feeling was disheartening. After just 15 minutes, Lilah hurried back to her little house, discomfited by the sudden realization that she was alone on the city streets, which probably wasn't a smart decision, despite the fact that most people were home celebrating the holiday. Even so, Christmas Day was the perfect time to commit a crime on a solitary woman in a big city. After Amelia's disappearance, she was definitely spooked and looking over her shoulder every 30 seconds until she reached her front door again and locked it behind her. Back home, Lilah fixed herself a cup of orange blossom tea and called her mother and brother to wish them a Merry Christmas. The three of them didn't talk long when her mother announced that she and her sister's family were about to head out for their Christmas dinner reservations at a fancy restaurant. "I wish I was there with you," Lilah said wistfully. "I miss you both." "We miss you too, darling," her mother said. "Next year you must come for the holiday season and stay an entire week or two. We could have such fun." "I will put it on my calendar. But perhaps I'll visit over a weekend this spring, too, before the heat of summer takes over. I can't take 110-degree days," she added with a small laugh. After perusing the TV channels and not finding anything to keep her mind occupied, Lilah's phone rang to break up the silence of her little cottage. It was Sam, inviting her to the movies. Lilah jumped at the chance to spend time with him, as well as the opportunity to get out of the house and away from her spinning, out-of-control thoughts. Sam held her hand throughout the Christmas comedy. It was nice sitting in the dark with this handsome and kind man, but it was so inexplicably strange when she realized that her ex-husband holding her hand had never thrilled her in quite the same way as Sam's warm hand did while laced around her fingers. Afterward, they strolled down the street, finding a cute little cafe that was still open on Christmas, and ate a lovely ham and turkey holiday dinner. On Sunday, the day after, Lilah hid away from the world, sleeping late, giving some extra attention to Miss Mabel, and talking on the phone with Sam in the afternoon. Luckily, he made her laugh, and then he finally convinced her to take their dogs to Golden Gate Park for a walk. It was lovely to get to know him better and hear him talk about his family, who now lived in a small town up north on the coast of California. They had wanted him to go home for Christmas, but he told them that he was working a crucial case and would visit in a few weeks after the new year. When the holiday weekend was over, Lilah returned to work on Monday, still tired and a little bit depressed that Amelia's case appeared to be at a standstill. Surely something would break. It had to. They couldn't go on this way indefinitely. Amelia's parents would eventually have an emotional breakdown. The one bright spot was Sam's daily phone calls offering comfort, or telling Amelia funny things previous clients had said or done via text message. One evening he dropped by with ice cream sundaes from a shop down the street. They curled up on the couch to eat the treat while watching a movie. Sam wrapped an arm around her and Lilah leaned against his shoulder, which comforted her immensely. It was hard to follow the movie's plotline when they kept making silly comments to each other. Sam's deep voice and strong arms were steady and solid and kept Lilah's fears at bay. But each night, Lilah couldn't help crying a little for Amelia, and Erin, who didn't have a close friend in the vicinity after most of her high school and college friends had departed for jobs around the rest of the state or the country. Perhaps one day Erin would meet somebody through the FBI, but meanwhile, she had left a boyfriend back at Quantico who got assigned to the Oklahoma field office, and the long-distance relationship was getting difficult to maintain. Attending Sean and Katie's wedding next weekend was a welcome event to look forward to. Several days later, Sam picked her up in a dark blue suit and tie, and oh my, he looked delicious. Lilah found it difficult to hide the swoon she felt at the sight of him. To distract from work and the perplexing events surrounding Amelia, Lilah had gone shopping with Erin for a new dress for Sean and Katie's wedding. She came out of the last store with a floaty swirl of a dress, with a wide black belt and a short jacket that was flattering to her figure, but warm enough for the winter season. The wedding was held at a cathedral downtown with gorgeous stained glass windows. Each aisle was decorated with flowers and velvet bunting. Sean Steele looked dashing in a black tux and dress shoes shined to the hilt, but his eyes were only for Katie, his bride. The young woman's old-fashioned satin dress boasted a long train of swirls of lace, and her stunning veil was studded with pearls and rhinestones. The bridesmaid smiled prettily, and the flower girl was the adorable 4-year-old daughter of one of Erin's cousins from Sacramento. The guests tittered behind their hands at the sweet dark-haired little thing dancing down the aisle just ahead of Katie with her basket of flower petals. Every few steps, she stopped to twirl a few times, showing off her own darling dress, until Katie reached the spot where the minister and Sean stood waiting for her. The flower girl grabbed the last handful of petals from her almost empty basket and tossed them straight up at Katie and Sean, showering them in pink and reds and purples. "Now that's spunk," Sam whispered to Lilah. "What a doll," she whispered back. "I love it. I think Katie and Sean do too." Despite the terrible circumstances, Sean and his bride held tentative smiles on their lips, but Lilah could see the stress of the last 16 days etched into their faces, too. Even so, Sean only had eyes for Katie and she for him. An ache bloomed in Lilah's throat watching them. This is what she wanted. A real wedding with intent and purpose. A real marriage of pure love and commitment that would last forever. Her ex-husband, Richard, had convinced Lilah to have a spontaneous wedding on the beach one weekend in Monterey, which was nice, but not much time to inform friends and family or put together a reception. At the time, it seemed adventurous and carefree to get married on the spur of the moment. Romantic, she had thought. But she also remembered feeling that, in some ways, it didn't feel as though they were really, truly married. Especially when her fiancé had promised to find a minister, but he and his best friend plotted to get an online license instead to perform the quick 3-minute ceremony. Lilah shook her head, eyes misting with regret when she thought about how young and stupid she was. Next time. It would all be different next time. Sam must have sensed her melancholy because he reached up to put an arm around her shoulder, bringing her in close to lay his cheek against her hair in a gesture of comfort. Closing her eyes, Lilah breathed in his incredible musky scent. After their promises and vows were finished, Sean and Katie kissed as husband and wife, and then they walked jubilantly down the aisle to the outer courtyard as their friends and extended family stood and applauded. Outside, hugs and kisses and joyful congratulations filled the air while the guests smiled broadly. After giving their own happy wishes, Sam escorted Lilah back to his car to drive over to the wedding reception booked at a nearby hotel. The rented banquet hall was beautifully decorated. Tables laid with snowy white tablecloths, china, silver and crystal goblets for the buffet dinner, and later a toast. After the speeches and toasts were over, a DJ began warming up the crowd for dancing. Despite the happy celebration for the newlyweds, it was also obvious that the Steele family and their guests were trying to hide their emotions over the unknown whereabouts of Amelia. Lilah spotted furtive glances and whispers between family members, including the effort to hide tears that tugged like a weight at her heart. Was there anything else she could do to find Amelia? Were there ideas they hadn't thought of? What were they missing? There had to be a way to find her. The questions plagued Lilah every single moment. After the meal was cleared and finger desserts were served by the waitstaff before the cake was cut and served, an older woman approached Lilah and Sam's table, holding her hands out to them. "I'm Katie's great-aunt, Olivia, but you can call me Livy. I've known that sweet girl since she was born. We're very happy for her and Sean. He's a great young man." "They do seem like a couple that was meant to be," Lilah said, inviting Aunt Livy to sit with them for a moment. Sam pulled out a chair for her, and the older woman leaned in closer to be heard over the dance music. "I've been watching you two from across the room. Well, to be honest, I noticed when you came into the church and sat down just a few rows across from me. My husband passed away 2 years ago, and I've been a bit of a recluse all this time. But I couldn't miss my darling Katie's wedding, and Sean is such a nice young man."
"I'm so sorry about your husband,"
Sam said. "Well, thank you, dear," she whispered, her voice turning a bit raspy with emotion, but it only lasted for a moment. "The first year of our marriage was tough because my husband was serving at Vietnam, but Gerald and I were married for 58 years, mind you. Losing him was the most difficult thing I've ever gone through. But I finally decided that if the good Lord was going to keep me on this earth, I had to keep living instead of hiding out in my house." "I'm so happy to meet you," Lilah told her. "I'm a longtime friend of Amelia's and Erin's. Well, the entire Steele family." At the mention of Amelia, Aunt Olivia made a choked sound in her throat while she patted Lilah's hand. "This has been the most awful time for the entire family. It makes one feel helpless and so inadequate to give them support. I can't imagine the suffering Sean's parents are going through." "Devastating," Lilah murmured in agreement, trying to hold back her own emotion. "She'll be found," Aunt Olivia said, patting her hand. "She has to be. Nobody stays lost forever, do they?" Attempting a tight smile, Lilah gave a small nod. At the moment, it certainly didn't seem that way. "Just have to keep on hoping, praying, and working to find Amelia." There was a moment of silence when a hotel waiter laid a plate of cakes and chocolates in the center of their table. Olivia nodded a thank you, and then lifted a hand as Sean and Katie began the couple's dance. "Those two are wonderful together, aren't they? I'm so happy they found each other. And," she went on, turning her full attention on Lilah and Sam, her dark brown eyes snapping with mischief. "If you don't mind me saying this as a complete stranger, but I've certainly felt vibes coming off the pair of you young people all day. You seem like a sweet couple. When is your wedding?" Lilah choked out a startled laugh. "Oh, we're not," she started to say. Sam was more than smooth. He placed a hand on top of Lilah's fingers to stop her from continuing with her objection. "We're not married yet. Just engaged, Aunt Livy. We haven't set a date yet, but I'm hoping for this summer." Lilah gasped and her jaw dropped to the floor. What?" Sam gave her a sly wink with those audacious blue eyes of his. "Didn't you say you wanted to be a June bride, Lilah?" "Oh, yes. But June is a terrible month in San Francisco," Lilah told him pointedly. "The fog is intrepid. It will spoil the view of the Golden Gate Bridge and the wedding pictures, not to mention our honeymoon down the coast. The ocean will be freezing and windy. I think we should consider October, dear Samuel," she said, adding her own little hint for him to cut the shenanigans. Aunt Livy leaned in conspiratorially. "I completely concur, my dear. If he's worth keeping, he'll wait for you another few months." "That's what I always say, too," Lilah agreed, trying to squelch her laughter. "Oh, I just spotted Alfred, my brother," Aunt Livy said. "Best go chat with him and my sister-in-law. Have fun, you two. And I hope you'll send a wedding invitation to my Katie so I can see your engagement photo." "I'll add you to our invite list," Lilah assured her. As soon as Aunt Olivia flew away on her wobbly high heels, Lilah turned to give Sam a cockeyed glare. "What was all that about, Mr. Spade?
I was using my little gray cells and I didn't want to disappoint Aunt Olivia. She actually seems like she'd be a kick to hang out with."
"Well, I agree with you on that last point," Lilah admitted. "But now your little gray cells are going to get you into trouble. So you're going to tell everybody here at the reception that we're fake engaged?"
"Yup, just to see you squirm, my adorable fake fiancé."
"If I'd known you were such an outrageous joker, I'd have left you safely at home."
"But that wouldn't be near as much fun." She made a face.
"Just for that, you have to dance with me."
Sam's eyebrows lifted. "Seriously? You like to dance?"
"Yes, and if we're going to be engaged, you'd better fake dance with me too, instead of being one of those men who don't know how and refuse to dance with their wives or girlfriends."
"Oh, honey, I'd love to dance with you. Took classes way back in my college days, despite how long ago that was. Let me show you in real time."
Sam rose from his chair and held out his hand for Lilah. Within moments, he had his arm around her waist and they were swirling around the dance floor with the rest of the guests. Lilah was impressed, and it was absolutely lovely to dance about the floor in his very capable arms. "You're pretty good, Mr. Samuel Spade."
"Why, thank you, Miss Lilah Norwood."
In a low voice, he added,
"I hope you are not going to hold a grudge against me for my little stunt with Aunt Olivia."
She pulled a face at him and tisked her tongue like a schoolteacher. "I should, but I won't. I guess it's your lucky day."
"I think it is my lucky day,"
he said with a low growl.
"I get to legally hold you in my arms every time the music comes on."
Sam pulled her a bit closer, and Lilah's stomach shot into her throat. This man sent her head and heart spinning out of control. He laid his cheek against her hair and whispered,
"If we're engaged, does that mean I can hold your hand for the rest of the evening?"
She smothered a small laugh at how charming he was, then tilted her chin to whisper in return, "I thought you'd never ask." After a couple more dances, in which Sam proved his talent with the waltz and swing, they were laughing as they made their way back to their table, holding hands, of course, to gulp down some ice water. The cake cutting was next, and Lilah tugged Sam with her to stand next to Erin while Sean and Katie stuffed cake into each other's mouths, giggling throughout the entire stunt, and then kissing while everyone clapped. It was charming and lovely, and Lilah's heart burst with the emotion of it all, thinking about Amelia missing these special family moments. She would never have purposefully missed this, not her own baby brother. It had to mean that wherever Amelia was, she had not gone willing. The idea was absolutely terrifying, and enough to make her want to sob with fear. Next to her, Lilah caught Erin wiping away a tear while she watched her brother marry the love of his life under such difficult circumstances. Even so, Sean and Katie deserved their day of happiness despite the heartbreak. Lilah slipped an arm through Erin's to give her a quick embrace, kissing her on the cheek. "You hanging in there, honey?" she asked softly. "I think you're my new best friend, Lilah," Erin whispered. "Ditto, sweetie. I'll always be here for you and your family. We couldn't have gotten through these last few weeks without your help and strength. Keep leaning on me every day if you need to. See? You always say the perfect thing, Lilah," Erin whispered. At that moment, Alice Steele approached and overheard the last part of their conversation. Her face was somber, her smile tentative. She appeared to be stoically determined to show happiness for her son and his new bride, even as her eyes filled with a raw emotion she couldn't hide. Lilah reached for the woman's hand and gave her a soft kiss on the cheek. "I'm happy for Sean and Katie. It's been a beautiful wedding. Thank you for inviting me and Sam to share in their special day." "Thank you for coming, sweetheart," Mrs. Steele said, a quiver in her voice. "Thank you for everything these past weeks. I hope that wherever Amelia is, she's with us in spirit." "Of course she is," Lilah assured her. "I'm sure she's devastated not to be here, and she's missing you all dreadfully." "If she's still on this earth." Alice's voice finally broke, and she turned away to dig for a tissue in her handbag to wipe at her eyes. "Please don't stop searching for her. Please don't give up." "Of course not. Never. We'll find her. I know it." "I know that you're being optimistic for me, but after last week's meeting with Captain Fields, I also know that we don't have a single lead or suspect. My daughter disappeared without a trace. But if I know that my family and friends won't give up and won't forget her, then I will try to go on myself. Yes. Yes, absolutely, always. I just want to know what happened to her," Alice whispered fiercely. "Where she's at right this moment, and who is holding her against her will. Whatever the truth is, I just want to know." Tears threatened to spill over while Lilah gripped Sam's hand to hold her upright. He moved in closer, one hand tight in hers, and his other arm around her waist to keep her steady. A few minutes later, Lilah and Sam said their goodbyes to each Steele family member and made their way to the doors of the reception hall and out to the parking lot. Sam clicked his key fob, the doors unlocked, and he helped Lilah into the front passenger seat. After sliding into the driver's bucket seat, he turned to Lilah. "You okay? I have to admit that last part with Mrs. Steele and Erin was pretty tough." "Sam?" Lilah stopped, a fist against her mouth as she tried to regain control of her emotions. He turned in his seat and brushed a gentle hand across her cheek. "Let's go home, and we can talk more there?" She nodded wordlessly, pulling her coat tighter around her shoulders. The car quickly warmed up, and Lilah was able to stop trembling by the time they got to her house. Miss Mabel was ecstatic, jumping all over Lilah's gown and then launching straight into her arms. "Okay, you little squirt, we're home, we're fine. You feel damp, Missy. Guess you've been outside rolling around in the soggy grass." Lilah spied dirty little paw prints across the kitchen tile. Back and forth, back and forth. She set her pet down and went to fetch a towel to clean it up, but Sam stopped her.
"Let me do it. You go change your clothes and then we'll talk."
While Lilah disappeared into the bedroom, tugging off her new party dress and hanging it in the wardrobe, she heard Sam's phone ring. His voice was low and deep as he spoke from the other room. By the time he was finished with the phone call, Lilah was dressed in her jeans and a thick sweater against the January chill. She'd even put on a pair of cozy socks and was determined to brew some hot tea and cocoa with marshmallows. She needed something comforting and normal. "We've been living in so much not normal," she murmured while making her way to the kitchen to grab the milk from the refrigerator. All Lilah wanted to do was curl up on the couch with Miss Mabel and Sam and get her emotions back in order. "Hey, who is that on the phone?" she asked, when Sam didn't respond to her previous comment. "A work call on a Saturday night?" When Sam didn't respond right away, Lilah pivoted on her heel to stare at him, her throat going dry. Sam's face was sober.
"It was Captain Fields, Lilah. I have some news to share with you."
Chapter 18. Kisses in the Dark. Lilah dropped the half-gallon of milk with a thud to the kitchen table. "What did he say? What's happening? Did they find Amelia?" Sam didn't say anything for a moment. He looked as lost as Lilah felt. "No," she groaned. "Please, no." He held up a hand to stop her from jumping to the wrong conclusion.
"It's not bad news, but not exactly comforting news."
Terror overcame her, and Lilah's legs began to shake. She reached out a hand to grab the edge of the countertop, a roaring in her ears.
"None of the search parties have turned up anything. There are no clues and no sightings. Not a piece of clothing, footprints, nothing. I'm afraid this isn't good."
"So basically there are absolutely no clues whatsoever to where Amelia might be."
"The police will keep the case open for another few weeks, and then they will have to close it if nothing new comes to light. Their investigation and my investigation have both been fruitless. We've run into dead ends every avenue we've tried. I'm so sorry, Lilah. I'm completely baffled."
Lilah wanted to clap her hands over her ears and scream with the agony of it all. Sam's words were so ominous and heart-wrenching that her stomach ached and her eyes burned. Sam's voice became softer, more gentle.
"It's the most puzzling thing I've ever worked on, and it brings me no comfort. Only an urge to smash something,"
he added with a wry smile, as if attempting to keep Lilah from breaking down. "What do you think?" Lilah asked, her voice rising. "Nobody just disappears into the ether without a single clue. Do you think she was kidnapped by a gang or organized crime or taken across the border into a trafficking ring?"
"Sadly, those possibilities have crossed my mind. Even so, we have no sightings from Border Patrol, either the Canadian or the Mexican borders. But then the mafias and cartels who run the borders do things in the dead of night without witnesses. They also use tunnels they've burrowed underneath the border, or they disguise themselves and use fake passports and documents. It's so easy to do these days. Too easy. And disheartening for the Border Patrol."
Lilah couldn't breathe while the horror of the possible scenarios raced through her mind. In a wretched voice, she whispered, "If that's true, then she'll eventually be murdered and we won't find her body for years and years." Sam's expression was stoic.
"Amelia will remain on a missing persons list until we do find her. Captain Fields said they're now working with border agents to get their camera records to see if anything comes up for us. We'll search the most wanted lists and see if something new has come up there.
You're all just grasping at straws.
Lilah was close to breaking down and becoming angrier by the minute. There's always a dark moment where all hope seems lost before something breaks, he went on softly. There are only two options that I can see. Lilah stiffened.
What are those?
She's already dead and her body is hidden somewhere remote, or she was kidnapped and is already out of the country. The San Francisco Police Commissioner has brought up the possibility that her disappearance also might be a hoax.
A hoax? How can you say that? Amelia would never in a million years do this to her family. You're painting her in a very harsh light.
Lilah, I'm just telling you where the law enforcement's mindset is with this case.
There's no evidence for that. I hate that you said that. If that's true, then there is no hope at all. None. Ever.
Lilah shook her head, holding her hands against her stomach.
I can't accept that. There has to be something else, something more we can do.
Sam moved in closer, but Lilah whirled out of his reach.
I'm too upset. I just can't do this. You're going to give up too, aren't you? I just know it.
Lilah thought she was going to be sick. She feared she'd start screaming with frustration. Instead, she raced for the front door, slammed her feet into her boots, grabbed her jacket, and ran out into the dark night. The pent-up anger and confusion and fear of the last 2 weeks coursed like hot fire. Lilah drew in a lungful of cold air, tears streaming down her face as she stomped down the sidewalk, pain in every cell of her body. After walking for about 10 minutes, she realized that she'd forgotten Miss Maple, who had been begging to go out for their nightly walk. At the moment, Lilah couldn't go back. Not yet. She was too riled up and too embarrassed to face Sam for all the things she'd just said and accused him of. Deep down, she knew he was right about everything, no matter how much it hurt to acknowledge it. All the things Sam had mentioned, including the fact that Captain Fields and the rest of the police force were speaking out loud the same fear she had been trying not to admit to herself. Nevertheless, it didn't make the pain of Amelia being gone any less. The hurt was like a constant throbbing ache that never went away. She missed her, and she was terrified for her. It was all too horrific to contemplate, even as those thoughts didn't stop her brain from going over the possibilities over and over again. At the corner, Lilah came to an abrupt stop, staring back and forth, as she realized that she had walked farther than she'd realized. She was at the bottom of the hill, and on this Saturday night the intersection was busy with congested traffic. The stoplight switched from red to green over and over as she stood there, motionless with indecision, her eyes blurry with tears. The shops along each side of the street were still open, including the little bistro on the far corner. A hedge ran the length of the west sidewalk with tall apartments behind that and a brick wall. It was here that Lilah leaned to catch her breath and try to regain control of her emotions. She contemplated hitting the drugstore for some aspirin or more sleeping pills, but decided she was too cold to stay out here much longer. Pivoting on her heels, Lilah began the long slog uphill back to her house. Unfortunately, she lived on one of the very steep San Francisco hills, and it was slow going after just a few steps. Wow, she was out of shape. Her calf muscles were screaming. They'd be aching tomorrow with a vengeance. The further she got from the intersection, the quieter it became, and the darker it got, with only an occasional streetlight to break the gloom. Head down, she watched for cracks or breaks in the sidewalk so she didn't stumble and fall, but barely a minute later, Lilah slammed hard into somebody. A dark shadow.
a very dark and wide shadow of a man that had been walking downhill just ahead of her. "Ouch!" she muttered, her head cracking against the other person's chin. "Excuse us," a woman's irritated voice said right in her ear. But it wasn't the woman she had run into. It was a man. A man with shaggy hair and a silly mustache and a black trench coat. She lifted her chin to stare up at him, and he stared back, his eyes glittering. Could this night get any worse? It was Rich, her ex-husband, with his new wife, her arm locked inside the crook of his elbow as she clung to him like a leech. What was her name again? Rose, Rosamund, Rosalie, whatever. Lilah had seriously hoped to never see them again, and here they were, right in her face. Worse than that, her nose throbbed after hitting Rich in the chest. Well, she'd probably slammed into his chin, which was hard and knobby. "Where did you come from?" Lilah spit out.
"I could ask the same of you,"
Rich said in his annoying high and mighty voice. "I live up this hill."
"I guess you moved."
"Obviously, since you took the house and left me to fend for myself. But I can see that you're as astute as always. Now excuse me." Lilah moved to her left to get around them, and they moved to their right at the very same moment, which meant they knocked into each other again. What a way to completely ruin an already perfectly miserable night. Not 3 seconds later, a white Altima appeared from the darkness and pulled along the curb to Parallel Park.
"Do you know who that is?"
Rich asked irritably. Lilah didn't answer the man's inane question. Instead, she froze in place, her heart climbing into her throat with the speed of lightning while she watched Sam unfold himself from the driver's seat and climb out. Right behind Sam, Miss Mabel leaped out of the car. With one swift movement, Sam caught the Cocker Spaniel's leash in his hand and stepped up onto the sidewalk.
"Lilah,"
he said in his deep, beautiful voice,
"I found you. But you forgot someone. Well, 2 someones, actually,"
he teased, gazing into her eyes with the tenderness that washed like a sweet comfort over Lilah. Right then, she knew she was going to cry all over again. Somewhere from the shadows, Rich cleared his throat, tugged at his wife, and they continued downhill to the lighted intersection as fast as possible. Good riddance, Lilah thought. So relieved to be free from her ex-husband, it was like a dead weight had lifted from her soul. Crouching down on the sidewalk, she scooped up Miss Mabel and hugged her, cradling the dog's face with her cupped hands to kiss her head. "I'm so sorry I left you, baby. But I didn't forget you. I was coming back, I promise." Slowly, she set Miss Mabel back on the sidewalk and rose to her feet, staring at Sam. Another tear rolled down her cheek. "I'm sorry, Sam, for acting so childishly and storming off on you like that. Thanks for coming to find me."
"There's no question that I would come looking for you. I care about you, Lilah. More than you know."
"I care for you too, Sam. More and more every day. I'm just so agitated and frantic about Amelia. I don't like the way it's going. And I hated the things you said about what might have happened to her. It just hurts so much."
"I know, Lilah. I know,"
he said softly. Standing before her, Sam's presence was large and rock-solid and comforting, and knowing that he came running to look for her just caused Lilah to weep all over again. Before she could speak again, his arms came around her, and Lilah leaned into him, trying not to break down into sobs.
"I want to reassure you,"
he whispered in that voice that sent thrills down her spine.
"I won't stop looking for Amelia. I never meant you to think otherwise, or to be afraid that the police wouldn't continue either. Amelia is permanently in the database, and if there is any kind of sighting or clue, however small, it will ping an alert.
Promise? She asked, feeling a desperate need to be reassured.
I hope you'll stick around and help me, Sam added, a hopeful tone in his voice. We will find Amelia, somehow, somewhere. I'll keep digging and looking. One day we will know the truth about her. I can promise you that. Nobody will give up. Least of all me.
Thank you, Lilah whispered. Knowing that helps so much. The Steele family, and me, we're blessed to find you. I'll try really hard not to give up hope. She clung to him for a moment longer, gathering strength from his convictions and assurances, while trying to erase the sighting of Rich and his wife who had betrayed her 2 years earlier. Despite how annoyed she'd been a few minutes earlier, they didn't matter any longer. Her ex-husband was like a bad dream, a memory she would purposely forget so that she could move forward to find love with someone who would truly love her in return.
I'm glad you weren't too far from home to find,
Sam told her, while his gorgeous face and beautiful smile took Lilah's breath away.
By the way, who is that you were talking to?
She made a small, disgusted sound and shook her head. You'll never believe it. My ex-husband, Rich, and his girlfriend, or rather new wife, the woman he left me for. I hope they don't live in this part of town, but I think they were headed to one of the restaurants at the bottom of the hill, so of course I literally ran into them in the dark.
You have a knack for that, Lilah Norwood,
Sam teased her, referring to their own encounter weeks ago.
But I don't think you were childish back at your house. You acted exactly like a friend who's worried and afraid for her dearest friend. And, he went on, crooking his head to gaze into her face, that Rich fellow is a complete fool, and I definitely do not want to be a fool like him. You are 1,000 times more beautiful than the new wife, in spades. No pun intended, he added with an adorable chuckle.
Spades. Sam Spade, Lilah repeated, bursting out a quick laugh. Even so, the release of tension just made her eyes fill with those darn tears a little bit more.
So how does it feel to see him again after all this time?
Sam tentatively asked. Honestly, I have an overwhelming sense of total relief. It's the strangest sensation, but it's marvelous. Better than marvelous. And I'm so happy I met you. And... She stopped, trying to bring her scrambled thoughts in order. Under the streetlight, Samuel Spade was devastating to her heart, perfection itself. He made her breathless and excited every single time she was with him.
All I want to do,
he whispered, coming even closer, if that was possible, while her stomach jumped to watch those deep blue eyes of his on her face.
All I want to do is grab onto this incredible woman I met barely 2 weeks ago. My previous life feels like an old dream. Meeting you has turned every waking moment into something new and exciting every single day.
I feel the same way, Lilah agreed in a whisper. My relationship with you is more fascinating and meaningful than I ever expected. And we haven't even kissed yet. Instantly, Lilah clapped a hand over her mouth with a sharp gasp of horror. Scratch that. I didn't say that. Forget it. Rewind, please. Oh my gosh, I am so embarrassed. I've never done that before. I think I need a cold drink. Maybe just douse me with a big bucket of ice-cold water, okay? No, I will just take my dog home and we can pretend none of this happened. But Sam didn't move an inch. He didn't step back or loosen his hold around her waist. He just began to laugh, chuckling at her faux pas with a gigantic grin. Before Lilah could take another breath, Sam was scooping her up in his arms, his hand on the back of her head as he pressed his cheek against hers and kissed her gently next to her ear. "Oh, Lilah," he said softly in his deep voice. Sam's arms were big and wide, and he engulfed her completely, as if he would never let her go. It was the most exhilarating and all-encompassing embrace she had ever experienced. Breathing in his warmth and musky scent, Lilah was sure she'd died and gone to heaven. Her heart pounded so hard she swore it would jump right out of her chest and sail away to the moon. When Sam pulled back ever so slightly, their foreheads touched, gazing at each other while his arms remained wrapped around her. "Well, gorgeous woman," he said in a husky voice. "I thought you'd never ask. I've tried to be a patient man, but kissing you is long overdue." "Is it terribly obvious that I've been waiting so very long for this moment?" she admitted shakily, her cheeks burning from the words that had burst out of her a minute earlier. Before she could take another breath, Samuel Spade tenderly took her face in his big, warm hands while his lips melted onto hers with a softness she couldn't have begun to describe. Except that it turned into one of those old Bogart movie-type kisses in the best possible way, their bodies tight together while Sam kissed her with a passionate fervency. Closing her eyes, Lilah wilted against his chest and kissed him in return, tasting those warm and impossibly marvelous lips of his. A moment later, she began to giggle at the antics of Miss Mabel winding around and around their legs while making happy little yipping sounds. A heartbeat later, Sam was kissing the corners of her mouth, and then he was holding her close to kiss her neck before coming back to her lips all over again. "Now I know what it means to swoon," Lilah admitted, murmuring against his mouth. "I've lost every ounce of strength, and I fear you may have to carry me all the way back up this hill to home." "I thought you'd never ask," he whispered, repeating Lilah's earlier words back to her. "But then again, I drove my car, which is a mere 10 feet away." Lilah placed a hand over her mouth, nearly falling over with laughter. Falling in love with Sam was going to be such an adventure every single day. And then Sam kissed her once more, and it was the most amazing kiss in the history of kisses. The kiss to end all kisses. How completely perfect was it going to be to kiss this wonderful man just like this, every day for the rest of her life. 19. Epilogue. 1 year later. It was impossible to believe that an entire year had gone by since Amelia went missing. During that year, Lilah never had the courage to pull out her old college yearbooks and photo albums. She feared she would bawl like a baby when she saw the pictures of herself and Amelia in their younger, happier days. But one Saturday morning, a week before Christmas, Lilah padded out to her living room wearing leggings and an oversized sweatshirt with the logo of UC San Diego written in gold block letters. Slowly, she pulled the photo albums from her bookshelf, while a sick sort of anticipation filled her stomach. "Come and snuggle with me, Miss Mabel," she murmured to her cocker spaniel as she sank against the pillows of the sofa while music played from the speakers on the table behind her. The blinds were open, displaying a remarkably mild day for December, even though clouds threatened on the western horizon of the Pacific Ocean. Would there be rain later? Maybe. But at the moment, a sliver of sun peeked through the bank of dark clouds. Lilah took a sip of her hot cocoa and opened the first album while Miss Mabel snored. Memories assaulted her eyes and heart, and Lilah's breath stopped, her fist at her mouth. Amelia was in every single photo. There were pictures of her trying to cook their first meal in their first apartment after a year of living in the dorms. Burned spaghetti sauce caused the pair of them to flee for the nearest pizza spot. Pictures of them on campus, on the beaches of San Diego. A sneaky shot taken at the library while studying, making faces at the camera. Group pics with friends, driving in the car for a picnic while they sang at the top of their lungs out the open windows. A funny/sad one of them, with a pathetic little Christmas tree they had splurged on for the corner of their tiny living room. Birthday shenanigans, homecoming, football games, guys they had crushes on. It was memory lane on steroids. At one point, Lilah had to stop, a fist at her eyes to keep the tears at bay. "Maybe I didn't want to look at this after all," she whispered, while Miss Mabel licked her face. Okay, that's enough," she finally protested, swiping the doggy slobber off her face with the hem of her sweatshirt. The next page of photographs stopped Lilah in her tracks. She'd forgotten all about this silly, dorky day. A series of goofy smiles beamed across their faces while they wrapped their arms around each other and made faces at the camera. They'd taken a day trip to the boardwalk in Santa Cruz the summer they graduated, and Amelia had spied the instant photo booth and wouldn't take no for an answer. "We have to do this, Lilah," she cried. "Not since I was a kid with Sean at a Walgreens photo booth eons ago. My parents even have embarrassing photos when they were teenagers." "I've honestly never done it," Lilah confessed, glancing in a side mirror to see that her hair was damp and stringy with ocean water, her nose sunburned, and a smudge of sand on her cheek. "You didn't tell me I look a mess," she protested. "That's the fun of it, our corniest, weirdest pictures ever. For posterity's sake," Amelia added, inserting quarters into the machine. Seconds later, Lilah was squished against Amelia inside the tiny space, and every shot was funnier than the last, the camera clicking before they barely got a chance to pose again. Cross-eyed, sticking their tongues out, smooshing their cheeks together. Yeah, it was so high school, but that's what got them giggling. When the photos developed a few minutes later and shot out of the dispenser, the two of them had laughed until their sides ached. "We must make a pact," Amelia said solemnly when their laughter finally slowed. "We will never show these to anyone else for as long as we live." "That is a promise easily made and easily kept," Lilah had agreed. "There is no way I will ever be caught dead looking like that again in my life." "Shake on it, Miss Norwood," Amelia said, putting on a British accent. "So let it be written," Lilah had intoned solemnly, shaking Amelia's hand in return. "So let it be done. And now I'm starving for lunch. I want a juicy burger and those thick wedge fries with lots of salt. My stomach is already growling. Oh, and before we leave Santa Cruz, we need to grab a bag of saltwater taffy to eat on the drive home." After the photos, they'd shopped for new swimsuits, beach towels, and filled a picnic hamper with assorted sandwich foods, snacks, and sodas, including a giant bag of red vines to sustain them for the drive back to San Francisco. Their first taste of freedom. The memories were still funny all these years later, but also bittersweet now. Especially after Amelia mysteriously vanished into thin air over the last year's Christmas season. Tears misted Lilah's eyes. She pressed a palm against her chest, a sharp pain rising. In fact, it was a year today since Amelia disappeared off the face of the earth. It hurt more than Lilah could ever dream possible, and it probably would for the rest of her life. Her phone began to buzz with messages. The first was from Erin. "Oh, sweet Lilah, I received your thoughtful card in the mail this morning. I confess that I burst into tears. I miss Amelia more than I ever thought I would. As sisters, we sometimes had an up-and-down relationship, but memories can be evil things. The bad floats away like vapor, while all the fun and sentimental solidify into memories I will never forget. Thank you for remembering that it was a year ago today we lost Amelia. I hope not forever, but with every passing week, and as the weeks turn into months, I find that I'm losing hope. But I try not to let my fear of the worst destroy me. Your words lifted my spirits and gave me renewed strength. When I return from my current business trip, I'll text you about lunch. I'd love to talk about her, if it doesn't drive you too crazy or bore you to death. XO." Lilah quickly wrote back, "It will never drive me crazy to hear you talk about your sister, my best friend. Are you kidding me? We can't ignore this horrible reality that we're living, but we have to hang on to hope. Otherwise, the pain might kill our souls. I'm looking forward to lunch and sharing good stories and memories about Amelia. Stay safe in your crazy FBI life, and I'm sending love to the entire Steele family. XO." The next text, a few minutes later, made Lilah's heart jump. Every time she heard from Detective Samuel Spade, her entire body lit up like fireworks and stars bursting inside her heart and soul. It never got old and hadn't slowed down a single bit. If anything, her feelings had increased for the man tenfold over the last year. Sam.
I think the rain is clearing. I need to get out of the office, and I need to see you even more. Can I tempt you with a walk in the park with the dogs and then dinner afterward?
Lilah. Of course. I need some fresh air. I've been moping about the house all morning, and Miss Mabel will love you forever, of course.
Sam. Sweetheart, I hope it's not just Miss Mabel that will love me forever. If that doesn't sound too corny, I'll pick you up in an hour.
Lilah. Your love is never corny, just pretty darn perfect.
Sam. Looks like I still have to work on it, since you just confessed that it's not 100% perfect.
Lilah. You know exactly what I mean, Mr. Private Eye. She snuggled into her blanket for one last moment, closing her eyes and relishing Sam's romantic words. She was hopelessly in love with him. He was the first person she thought of every morning when she woke up, and the last when falling asleep at night. Lilah jumped up from the sofa, startling a drowsy Miss Mabel. "Run and fetch your leash, my girl. We're going out before the doldrums of winter set in." Mabel gave a quick, excited bark, dashing to the front door to snatch the leash from the hook with her teeth, while Lilah closed the photo albums and placed them back in the bookcase, heading for the shower. 45 minutes later, Sam was at her cottage door, scooping up Mabel to carry her to his car while Lilah locked the front door. "Should I have fixed us a picnic lunch?" she asked, running down the sidewalk and throwing her arms around his neck after he shut the rear door when Mabel was safely stowed.
"Already done and in the trunk," Sam answered. "I picked up deli sandwiches, plus those dark chocolate bakery brownies and sparkling apple soda."
"You know exactly what I like," Lilah said, as Sam kissed her softly. She lifted her chin and leaned into him, his lips warm and soft against hers. After a long moment, she murmured, "I took a shower, but I hope you can't detect the scent of dog on my face. Miss Mabel was all over me this morning."
"You taste perfect to me. But then you always do," Sam murmured.
When Lilah slid into the front passenger seat, Miss Mabel was already curled up in the back seat next to Bella, the enormous Rottweiler whose eyelids were half closed as she sighed in a state of half-sleep. "I'm so glad you suggested this," she told Sam, as he closed her door and hurried around to the driver's seat. "I needed to get out of my dreary mood." Sam nodded soberly.
I know, sweetheart. Today's the anniversary.
I was looking at our college photo albums and reminiscing about all of our past antics and crying a little bit, Lilah admitted, biting her lips. I can't believe it's been a year. Feels like a century, while at the same time it seems like it just happened yesterday.
Sam reached out to hold her hand. His presence was always comforting, his strength and empathy exactly what Lilah needed. Let's dedicate this day to Amelia and go to some of her favorite places.
That's so thoughtful, Sam. And sounds lovely. I desperately need a distraction. So, where are we going first?
Each stop is going to be a surprise,
he said with a sly wink. Should I be worried?
Lilah teased in return. No, it's going to be a perfect day. At least that's my hope. She grinned.
I'm intrigued. Onward, Mr. Spade.
Sam pulled the car into traffic, and soon they were crossing the Golden Gate Bridge, white-capped waves swooping in from the open ocean to the bay, a deserted Alcatraz island, gray and alone on its solitary rock. 15 minutes after they drove through Sausalito on the northern side of San Francisco, the city melted away and became the panoramic Highway 1 that would eventually lead to Oregon if they drove another 300 miles. The road twisted and turned until finally they entered the redwood forest.
I love this drive, Lilah said, leaning forward to catch the tops of the towering trees through the windshield glass.
Sam threw her a smile. It's probably the last nice day until March. I figured we shouldn't let it go to waste.
I adore Muir Woods Park, Lilah said, lifting their entwined fingers to kiss the back of his knuckles. Perfect idea. Miss Mabel and Bella will go crazy with joy.
Moments later, Sam pulled into the park, paid the fees, and parked the car. After piling out of the vehicle, Lilah pulled on a hooded sweatshirt against the chill, snapped the leash onto Miss Mabel's collar while Sam did the same for Bella, and they entered the path into the woods. Of course, the dogs had to sniff like crazy for the first 15 minutes, every dormant bush and pine cone, and each other, until they settled into a nice stroll. Sam tucked Lilah's hand into his, and her stomach jumped at the feel of his strong fingers and warm palm locked with hers. Who knew holding hands could be so exciting all on its own? But it was, in spades.
What a gorgeous afternoon, Lilah breathed,
craning her neck to look at the tops of the towering redwoods.
These trees always amaze me with their height.
Looks like we're one of the few people here, too. Maybe we can find a rock tucked off the trail for a little kissing.
Lilah laughed and bumped her hip into his side. Oh, you, she teased. Although that does sound pretty nice, she admitted coyly.
I always suggest nice things,
Sam said, giving her a sideways wink. Lilah sighed with a deep sense of pleasure. One thing I've always noticed about redwood forests is how utterly quiet and serene they are. Like the trees are protecting us, listening to our whispered words in awe.
Perhaps because they're so tall and close together, it mutes our footsteps.
Sam paused, stepping closer to Lilah, even as Bella let out a whine and tugged at her leash.
Do you think they're listening when I tell you that I adore you, Lilah Norwood?
Of course, she murmured. Nothing is completely secret here. The wise old trees have been around for a few centuries. They know all.
That sounds mystical, sort of medieval.
I love it, Lilah said, while Miss Mabel twined around her legs. I do believe your little gray cells are working overtime. And, she added, her voice softening, I adore you too, Mr. Samuel Spade. He slipped an arm around her waist and tugged her against him, while his lips found hers in another amazing kiss. She lifted herself onto her tiptoes and kissed him in return, right before a family with several children appeared around the bend heading toward them.
Oops,
Sam said.
We'd better keep moving, or the parents are going to have to hide their children's eyes.
It's quite G-rated, sir. Well, maybe a teensy bit PG. Sam laughed, that rich, deep laugh of his that Lilah loved.
Those kiddos look under 10 years old, so we should probably move right along before we get dirty looks from the parents.
Maybe their parents kiss like that at home, Lilah said, playing devil's advocate. Sam growled in his throat.
We'll do more kissing later, if it's possible to add that little activity to our agenda today.
Lilah quirked her lips. I think that can be arranged. Let me check with my calendar assistant.
I already okayed it with her.
She stuck a hand on her hip. Oh, really?
I'm one step ahead of you, my girl.
They were both laughing now. Okay, you hunk of man. Let's do the loop for the dogs, and then eat that picnic lunch. I'm starving. Holding hands, they continued up and down the sloping paths, enjoying the quiet day and just being together. Even so, Lilah couldn't stop thinking about Amelia and the many times the two of them had come here through the years with friends and family. On the return trip to the car, Sam asked,
Have you heard from Erin recently?
I messaged with her this morning, after I spent an hour crying over my old college photo albums.
I was hoping to distract you,
Sam said quietly.
But I also figured you might want to talk about her.
I don't want to spoil our day by crying either.
You could never spoil our time together. I know how hard this past year has been for you and the Steele family. How are they doing lately?
Lilah bit her lips. Coping, mourning, trying to remain hopeful. But you know how tough that is when time keeps marching on with every passing month. I think the worst is the dread of that phone call. The one saying they found her body in some horrible, isolated grave. Her parents have continued paying the rent on her apartment and the monthly bill for her cell phone in case she gets another phone wherever she is and hooks it up to her old number. But it's got to be a terrible expense by now. Sam nodded thoughtfully.
I keep in touch with Captain Fields every so often. The case isn't permanently closed, mostly inactive. Although her picture and fingerprints are in the database and they do perform monthly scans and searches.
Lilah brushed at the tears pooling in her eyes. I'm grateful that you've kept the Steeles apprised, but it's always nice to hear that she's not forgotten. Her voice softened. Thanks for getting me out of the house today. I like doing a Remembrance Day for Amelia.
It's a beautiful spot for remembering a beautiful friend. I like getting away from the rat race of the city and spending a quiet day with you, too.
It is nice, she agreed. It's been too long. The looping pathway was coming to an end, and by the time they exited Muir Woods, the dogs were tugging at their leashes, tongues hanging out wanting water. Back at the car, Sam put out a bowl for each pet and filled it with a jug of water for them. Once they were finished drinking and eating a few doggy snacks, Bella and Miss Mabel jumped into the back seat and lay back down on their blankets, while Lilah and Sam ate the picnic lunch he'd brought, while they sat inside with the heater blasting.
How about Golden Gate Park next?
Sam suggested. Perfect. We have to see the sharks, too.
It's not a complete trip without admiring the evil teeth sharks are blessed with. Their grinning, tooth-filled faces as they swam by was my favorite when I was a kid.
Lilah gave him a smirk. I can totally see you as a kid, your face pressed up against the glass. He shrugged.
What can I say? They're awesome. But first we'll go home for our pets. They look tired, and we won't be able to take them inside the museums anyway.
An hour later, they had dropped off Bella at Sam's office, which the dog actually loved more than his townhouse because he spent so much time there. But Bella had her cozy bed and food and water and toys and a huge doggy door to go in and out. And then they stopped at Lilah's cottage, where Miss Mabel was so tired from all the hiking in the woods, She promptly fell asleep in her basket. Lilah spent a few moments changing out of her jeans and hoodie into a pair of slacks and a blouse. She combed her wind-blown hair, added some earrings, and felt a bit more presentable to be seen in public. After finding a parking spot along the side street of the enormous place that was Golden Gate Park in the center of the city, she and Sam strolled across the wide grassy lawns, past the dormant rose garden and botanic gardens, and then followed the paved pathway through the lovely Japanese tea garden to end up at the Palace of Fine Arts. Sitting on one of the benches, Lilah and Sam took a break from walking to admire the lake and the colonnaded rotunda that was built for the Panorama Pacific World's Fair of 1915. The great columns and rose-colored hues of the structures were magnificent. When Amelia and I were kids, we pretended this was our very own castle, while we ran in and out among the columns. One year we were princesses, the next we were swarthy pirates carrying trunks of gold and jewels on our pirate ship.
I did the same thing with my younger brother. Except we were never princesses, of course, Sam added. Knights of the Middle Ages, riding fine steeds and carrying mighty swords.
So you're my Knight of the Round Table? Is there royal blood somewhere in your line, pray tell?
I'll check the family tree when I get back home,
he quipped. Eventually, the afternoon turned colder, and Sam and Lilah headed inside to explore the Science and Planetarium Museum. Sitting on one of the benches, Lilah gazed at the fierce sharks swimming and baring their teeth in a representation of the colorful and mysterious ocean. Holding hands, they explored the various halls and exhibits, stopping to catch a few alligators lying on their flat stone perches inside their personal southern swamp. Lilah shivered. Alligators are one creature I would never want to be within 10 feet if I could help it.
I guess you don't want to experience the adventure of swimming in a swamp, then?
Lilah lifted an eyebrow. Is that a must-do on your bucket list, Mr. Spade?
Not yet, but maybe I'll add it. I've heard that kids who live on the bayou actually go swimming when they know the alligators are out of the area at specific times of the year.
She widened her eyes. Count me out. I'll watch and take pictures, thank you very much. Sam laughed.
Jotting it down on my mental list.
When they finally left the Academy of Sciences, it was closing for the day, and dark clouds were moving in fast as they hurried back to the car. December tried to fool us, but not for long. This may be hard to believe, but I'm actually hungry again.
That's a good thing because we have dinner plans.
Sam opened the vehicle door so Lilah could scoot inside.
Let's keep celebrating Amelia's life. And ours. How about Fenton's Ice Cream Parlor for a meal and one of their decadent desserts?
Fenton's! It's been ages since I was there. Now that will be the perfect ending to a wonderful day.
It might be perfect, but it certainly won't be the ending to our day.
Oh, really? What else do you have in mind?
That is my undercover secret for now.
Lilah gave him a sideways look. I'll have to get my little gray cells working so I can figure out what else you have planned.
Go right ahead and guess. But right now those little gray cells of yours need food to work properly, and so does my stomach.
It's been at least a couple of years since I've been here, Lilah murmured when they were shown to a table in a private corner that Sam had called ahead to request. I'd almost forgotten what a fun place Fenton's is. The crowd is always happy, the laughter boisterous, and the massive quantities of ice cream to die for.
Well, thankfully we won't die, Sam teased. Just go home fat and happy. I hope you're ready for a 2,000-calorie meal.
Lilah stared at the menu and widened her eyes. Yikes! Make that 3,000.
Who's counting? At least 1,000 of those are free after all the walking we did today.
You sound like a conniving private eye, but I like how you think. I think I'll take the grilled chicken salad and, for dessert, the berry-go-round ice cream sundae. I'm a sucker for berries with lots of whipped cream.
Excellent choices, ma'am,
Their waiter said, turning to Sam for his order.
I'll take the Philly cheesesteak, please, and Fenton's famous black and tan heavy on the hot fudge. The black and tan is our most popular fountain dessert.
After the waiter left to put in their order, Sam reached for Lilah's hand across the table, his eyes meeting hers with a smile.
This place reminds me of my teen years. My family would come for birthdays and celebration days, like when I finished boot camp, or when my younger sister graduated high school.
I like hearing you talk about your brother and your sister. I hope I get to meet them someday.
Sam nodded. Be warned, Florida makes for one very long road trip.
I have nothing against flying, Lilah quickly interjected.
Touché. It was a good move. They've been very happy leaving the traffic of California to retire there. My dad called the other night, asking how my new spy business was going, as he put it.
He sounds like a character.
My mother keeps telling me they live within walking distance of the beach. She's trying to make me envious. Shall we go sometime and soak up the sun and ocean?
I'd love to. Lilah cocked her head. Maybe in January, when it's horribly rainy here? Sam pointed toward the bank of windows.
Storm clouds are moving in as we speak. Our semi-nice weather day is officially over.
Lilah glanced up. This place is so bright and busy and pink, like an old-fashioned soda fountain from the 50s. I'd never guess how dark it already is outside. The talk and laughter inside the restaurant was loud and happy, and Lilah sat back against the cushioned bench seat with a happy sigh. Thank you for this lovely day, Sam. You knew exactly what I needed.
It's not over yet, honey,
he said with a sly grin.
Oh, here's our food.
What's that supposed to mean? She asked, widening her eyes at him. The waiter appeared with their food, refilled their drinks, and wished them happy eating.
Dig in,
Sam commanded, picking up his fork and knife. Lilah was so hungry she didn't need to be asked twice. The food was spectacular, and it wasn't long before their decadent ice cream desserts arrived, piled with several scoops and toppings galore. I always forget how enormous these things are, Lilah said, clapping her hands in awe at the mountain of ice cream and large berries. I swear there's enough ice cream in each one of these desserts for an entire family. Maybe we should have split one.
Yeah, right.
Think we can get the leftovers home before they melt?
Sam grinned. I'd like to see you try. Now that would be funny.
When Lilah got through half of her ice cream, she groaned, holding her stomach and trying not to laugh at Sam's jokes. I haven't had ice cream this good since the last time I was here, she added.
I had a lucky suspicion about that, Sam confessed. So I went with my gut.
All at once, Lilah's eyes watered and a tear snaked down her cheek. May God bless you, Amelia, wherever you are, she whispered, staring at the strawberries and raspberries nestled in the soft handmade ice cream. We all miss you, my darling friend, and we love you. Sam reached out his hand to tighten his fingers around hers.
Someday we'll know the truth. I'm sure of it.
Reaching into her handbag, Lilah pulled out a tissue and wiped at her eyes. I will try to eat one more spoonful before I pop. I see that you're almost done. You must have a bottomless pit for a stomach.
That's what my dad used to say.
Sam paused, gazing into her eyes.
He also used to tell me something else,
he added in a low voice. Lilah swallowed and took a sip of water. What's that? Sam's expression grew thoughtful, while a slow smile crossed his face.
He told me that when I found the woman I loved more than life itself, the woman I wanted to spend the rest of my life with, that I needed to grab her up. He told me to not be a fool and let her get away.
The next instant, Lilah's jaw dropped when Sam slid out of his seat and knelt on the floor of the ice cream shop by their table, taking both of her hands in his. Lilah's spoon clattered to the table, and there was a distinguishable gasp as the other patrons realized something magical was happening right in front of them.
Lilah, I adore you, Sam declared, his eyes drinking her in. You are everything I've wanted in a woman. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I want to cherish you, adore you, and love you every single day.
I love you too, Sam, Lilah said softly, her heart hammering like crazy. He pulled out a small blue box and opened the lid. Nestled against the lush velvet lay a gorgeous diamond ring. Under the bright overhead lights, the stone shot bursts of sparkles in every direction. "Oh, Sam, it's stunning," she said, her voice catching with the utter surprise of the moment. "I can't live without you any longer either. At least, I can't live with you halfway across town," she added with a small laugh. "I want us to be together every day and every night as soon as possible." Taking Lilah's left hand in his, Sam slipped the diamond on her fourth finger, then softly kissed her hand.
Lilah Norwood, will you marry me?
Her breath caught as she blinked away the sudden tears. "Oh, Sam, yes, yes, I will marry you." She reached out to fling her arms around his neck and held on tight for a moment, then kissed him passionately. Sam rose to his feet, picked up Lilah in his arms, and swung her around in a small circle, his face buried in her neck. The watching patrons erupted into cheers, clapping their hands. Someone whistled, and then a group of teens across the room pounded their hands on the table while they made hooting noises and cat whistles. Lilah started laughing, and then Sam was kissing her again, holding her tight. When her toes touched the ice cream shop floor again, there were shouts of congratulations from the neighboring tables. The moment was like a dream. It was a crazy place to propose, but it was also the most perfect location, and this moment was the best dream of her life. "Our ice cream is melting," she finally whispered against Sam's lips. "But all I want to do is laugh and cry and kiss you over and over again."
Well, beautiful girl, luckily we get to do that every day for the rest of our lives.
"I can't wait to get started."
A year ago, Sam said in a low voice, when we were fake fiancés at Sean and Kate's wedding, we joked about getting married in October. But October was already 2 months ago, and I don't think I can wait until next October.
Lilah placed her palms against Sam's face and pretended to pout. "But weddings take so much time to plan and organize,"
he growled. "You're going to make me crazy, woman. I'll help you make the centerpieces and food myself. I'll address the invitations and sew the bridesmaids' dresses. Whatever it takes, so that we don't have to say goodbye to each other at night ever again."
"I won't torture you. Or myself," Lilah said, bursting into laughter. "How about this summer? I could be a June bride."
"That's still 6 months away," he protested.
"Okay, how about spring? April or May, perhaps?"
"Now you're talking. Can I blackmail you into March?"
3 months? Yikes! You don't know what you're saying. My mother will kill me."
"Then we'll elope and spare everyone all the work."
"Samuel Spade," Lilah began in a stern tone, trying not to giggle at his boyish expression.
"Okay, I'll take April before you change your mind and say August."
"April sounds lovely. With lots of flowers and streamers and balloons and Fenton's ice cream sundaes for refreshments, along with the cake, of course. We must have lots of cake to smash into each other's faces." Sam's big laugh engulfed Lilah's heart. and when he kissed her again while bending her backward in a dramatic movie pose, the patrons at Fenton's went wild.
"Life with you is going to be an adventure, sweetheart,"
he murmured against her lips. "It already is," she whispered in return, trying not to burst into laughter at the whoops and hollers and applause surrounding them. Sam's smile filled her with an incredible glowing light when he added,
"I adore you, Miss Lilah Norwood."
Slipping her palms around Sam's neck, Lilah brought him in close to kiss his warm and sexy lips. A deep joy filled her, knowing that she'd spend the rest of her life with this incredible man. When their eyes locked, Lilah added in a low, tremulous voice, "And I adore you, to the moon and back, Detective Spade." This has been Her Private Eye, Fake Fiance, Sweet Romantic Suspense. Fake Fiance Romantic Suspense, Book 1. Written by Kimberley Montpetit. Narrated by Brenda Scott Waslow. Copyright 2023 by Kimberley Montpetit. Production copyright by Kimberley Montpetit.